Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 25th of November, where I am coming from. I don't know where you're coming from right now, but if you are coming to us from the past, let me tell you, and you should just know that the future is bright. And here we are on this wonderful Tuesday. Now, I'm already getting some love in the stream chat there from none other than Squeebalicious, and it might be in regards to the topic that we're going to be looking at today, or one of the topics that we're going to be looking at today, with regards to Australia's wealth, and so its resource wealth, and how that is in stark contradiction to issues relating to the climate crisis, and kind of net zero policies, and the contradictory relation between Australia's kind of resource base and its aspirations in terms of environmental conservation, and addressing the worst parts of our issues around fossil fuels, and that type of debate. So we're going to have a look at some interesting propaganda on this topic from a gentleman who I'm pretty sure is a scientist, but he's like I guess a rogue scientist. Like, he doesn't go with the flow, the general liberal establishment. We'll have a look. So Squeeb, you've been dropping some factoids in the stream chat. Thank you very much. Lemaz is in the house. What's up? What's up? Give up your $90 million budget to redesign the bomb website. $90 million. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? Especially considering that we all get bombed so much for like AI that can now, with the click of a button, redesign your website. 90 million sounds a bit rich there. But I don't know where you get your sources from on this stuff, Dilemmas, but it's always hilarious, some of the stuff that you drop here. Squeeb, and it's got bright and sunny, says Squeeb. Ninja Nurse, yo, 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 give up the rock. How are you? So before we get into the topic of today, where we kind of investigate net zero and the current debate, and the harsh realities of Australia's position, the rock and the hard place between wanting to do what's right by the environment, but also capitalize on the wealth that is around us in terms of our resources. Before we get into that, we're just going to have a look at a quick stunt, because, this is classic for this woman. So let's just have a look. You probably know what I'm talking about. If you're watching this on TikTok and you're wondering what the hell's going on, we're going to be looking at videos on various streaming platforms. We're on Twitch, we're on Kick, we're on YouTube. I have a YouTube link in the bio. You can follow along there. But before we get into the meat, let's just all take a moment to appreciate
a short time
Pauline
ago came
Hanson
into the Senate wearing a burqa. This isn't the first time she's pulled a stunt such as this. She did it back in 2017 as well. The reason, she's trying to introduce a bill to ban burqas and face coverings in Australia. There was an immediate uproar within the Senate. Every senator, bar One Nation senators, were appalled and disgusted by what she was doing. So they agreed to suspend her from the Senate, but then she refused. And as a result...
I don't know if you've heard about this. Pauline Hanson yesterday, I believe, came in for her round number 2. She's done this before, and it was pretty controversial back then, but she's done it again, and she's whipping up a lot of attention with this one. It looks like the mainstream media can't let this one go. And they're really giving her the airtime that she wants. And so they're speaking about it broad scale. So this is interesting. So again, this is in regards to her. This is her covering her face. She wants to ban the burqa. And this is in regards to people covering their faces. So who knows? I think she must have some affiliation to the tech bros. Maybe she's had a dinner in Thailand with Elon Musk or Peter Thiel, maybe, and she wants everyone's faces out, so we can also succumb to the surveillance technologies of our techno-feudal overlords. But like time will tell. And maybe it's just a pure cultural thing. Maybe she really does have some issue with this type of apparel, this religious apparel. Or maybe, yeah, like I said, she's on the take with Peter Thiel. I think it might be the latter for me. But like this one's just
Mentioned there, every
coming up
senator,
a
bar the
lot.
One Nation senators, then agreed to suspend the Senate entirely. That means that the Senate is not sitting at the moment. No work is being done until this issue is sorted out. Let's take a listen.
So they've shut down the Senate. Like, you know, talking about the fact that Australians, and I think people just generally have absolutely no faith in government anymore, especially around a liberal democratic world. I can't speak for, people like the Chinese. I think they have pretty good faith in their governmental structures. But like, shutting down the Senate because she comes in, with her douchebaggery, like, now they're just not going to do any work. Like, could you imagine that if somebody came into your place of work dressed like to be an edgelord, and then everyone was like, "All right, fuck it, that's it, we're not working, we're all off, that's it. Put your tools down, shut your computer down, whatever you are, whatever office or workplace you're in," and everyone's just like, "Fuck it, we're not working anymore. I protest." And then they got the day off. Man, politicians, they have it easy. I keep my ear to the ground, lol, as in I let commentators do the research while I listen and pump for capital. I'm so glad that you use that rhetoric now. It's so good. Pump away for capital, brother. But yeah, okay, you've got some interesting commentators that you listen to. Like, where do they come up with this stuff? So, Leba, she's smart. She knows One Nation is polling the best it ever has. And she's done a Lydia-style stunt to ferment her base. Yes, right. I see what you're saying. But like, aren't we a little far out from an election cycle for this type of stuff to be going on? Like, she's definitely involved in those groups, but honestly, I and many others don't care. Anything is better than the Labour Liberal uni party politics. Now, I was just joking, obviously, about the whole she's in bed with Peter Thiel stuff. But I hear you. And she does represent something that's outside of that system, even though her track record is definitely voting with the coalition all the time. She's just liberal hardcore, I guess. A more extreme version of the conservative movement. Internet friends, how you going? Lap Jeff in the house. Thanks for doing the roll call. There's a few other people that are potentially lurking today. If you are lurking and you have the ability, do the roll call. Say hi. Don't be rude. Won't bite hard. And Squeeb's put in another little tidbit. I'm gonna play this now. But yeah, before that, actually, like, this is just crazy though. Like, these guys can just shut themselves out and decide they don't want to work for the rest of the day. It's a poll surge. She's capitalizing on it. Yes, she's capitalizing. But timing is of the essence, as always. Friends of the internet variety.
To the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, who gave quite an impassioned speech.
Let's see what Penny has to
Senator
say.
Hanson, all of us in this place have a great privilege in coming into this chamber. A great privilege. And we represent, in our states, people of every faith, all backgrounds, and we should do so decently. And what we should not do in this place, whatever views we may have on policy, is to be this disrespectful of the chamber and of people of faith. Whatever our own beliefs may be, the sort of disrespect that you are engaging in now is not worthy of a member of the Australian Senate.
And outside of the Senate, Australia's special envoy to combat Islamophobia has released a statement saying that veiled Muslim women have long been easy targets for bigotry and intolerance against Muslims. A proposed burqa ban will further stigmatise them as outsiders and embolden harassment and abuse. All women should be free to choose what they wear or do not wear. So we're standing by Joe for...
So... sorry, you just said Wong has a good point, as in the point about like everyone should be out. We represent people of all faiths here, like, and that's the job of the Senate, right? Penny going full Karen mode, lol. I went to the hardware store and asked if they had any Hasan pikers in stock. They said they were fresh out but had some other tools they could recommend. So good. Oh man. I think that wins the official dad joke of the week, but I do appreciate it nonetheless. There it is. Good morning, Jag, or good evening to where you are coming in from. Someone didn't get a twinge in her minge last night. Oh wow, did that go through the censor? Nah, it didn't. That's funny. You can't say that. I thought that was coded enough. This is another example of how the culture wars just punch down. Yeah, they definitely punch down. That's for sure. That's a good point. Yeah. So like, what's the point of this? Like, is she really raising awareness for the cause? Is she worried about people not being able to be identified in public? Or is this literally, yes, I'm surging in the polls, got to solidify my base, galvanize it. Everyone will be impressed with me wearing a a burqa into the Senate. It's like, this worked last time, it'll happen again. It's like, well, someone has to clean the toilet. Piker. Interesting.
When the Senate does resume later this afternoon, suspended because of Senator Pauline Hanson wearing a burqa in Parliament.
Okay.
Honestly, man, I'm telling you, if you did that in your workplace, where you were able to just decide because someone did something edgy as hell that you wanted to have the afternoon off or the rest of the day off, like they wouldn't put up with that. Ladies, gentlemen, all others. Dr. Nathan in the house. How we go? Ninja Nurse Hanson is too busy fighting culture wars to be considered with the class struggle. Pauline for the people. The only people she's concerned with is lifting the bourgeoisie. That's right. Like she's been busted multiple times, right? She always votes, or she votes along with the libs a lot of the time and coalition policy to bring things down. So like she's ideologically aligned from that perspective, like just through her actions. And then she was busted, whining and dining with Gina Reinhardt, right? In Thailand. Wasn't that the one? What's up? Give up your Hanson burqa. Yeah. I wonder where she goes burqa shopping. Because in my hood, there's a lot of areas, like a lot of like shops around where like obviously, someone like me, I can't go inside. And there's like curtains up everywhere, but like if you're a lady you can go in, and so like maybe she comes around to the hood to go like I don't know, veil shopping, burqa shopping. I wonder where she gets it. It's interesting. I don't know, I work with a lot of lib softies, and I feel like they would take a leave of absence for hurt feelings. Yeah, fair enough. But like, could you imagine shutting down your entire office then? Just because someone came in doing something controversial? Your employer wouldn't have that. Your employer would not have that. Now, the other person would be called in to pack up their desk if they did something edgy like that. Interesting. I've got a worker who drew cat whiskers on himself mid-shift with permanent texture, and yet I still had to go to work. What is this hypocrisy? Interesting. Well, you don't appreciate working alongside somebody who identifies as a cat, or at least LARPs as a cat, let's say. LARPs. Let's go with LARPs as a cat. Damn, really zoomed in there. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that one up because like my feed was just getting hammered with this morning, and I was trying to set up for the stream. I was like, why? Why bite so hard? Hey? I have a right to do this. And, she's a political figure. She can make political statements. I guess that's her raison d'etre. That's why she's there, to represent, I guess, her voters. Now, as I was saying before, we're going to be having a look at something that is potentially controversial. I think this guy's an edgelord. I don't know if you guys have seen this guy. He's called Reef Rebels. And he goes, so like, hardcore, blue collar, miner, this guy here pays for your inner city douchebag lifestyle and allows you to go and have coffees and play with an iPhone. Well, this guy's, doing it tough in the mines and he's come up with a piece called "What City Folks Forget About Australia's Wealth." Now, I thought this was good timing because we've spent, I don't know, a good part of 4 afters sessions now looking at Rennictarian philosophy given to us generously by dilemmas. And so, like, a lot of the Rennick's kind of positions are about, using Australia's wealth, so our natural resources, to support the Australian people. And so I think this guy is going to make the case, this Reef Rebels guy, who says controversial stuff about like climate change, and like he, as a scientist, I'm pretty sure he's a climate scientist, and like he kind of cuts through the propaganda and kind of gives his viewers anyway a scientific critique of culture war issues, I guess you would say. And so like, but he's enmeshed in the culture wars himself. Like he's sparking the culture wars here. He's just like, look at this hard working, working class epitome right here, paying for the lifestyle of some douchebag in office guy from the cities. And like he's going to make that case, or he's going to quantify that. And like this links, I think, as well to the larger conversation that is happening at the moment about net zero, which is, should Australia really have anything to do with, what's the word? Like altering our economy, like updating our economy and gearing it towards one that takes the idea of carbon neutrality seriously. And like making active steps in order to do that. And like obviously in order to get to a position where you have some type of, I guess, neutrality on this metric, however they measure it truly, that's always the devil in the detail there. That however you measure it truly, like obviously our exports are a huge factor in this, and we export coal to the world. And some big players in the world who spend a lot of money buying our coal. Now, let's not confuse that with, when I say the word our coal, that there's any kind of illusions that we benefit from that exclusively. Mostly it's the corporations that have the licenses to take the stuff away, and we get very little of the value that comes from that. But I think this guy is, like I said, he's an edgelord, this guy. And like he's going to try and demonstrate how these real Australians, pay for these un-Australian people. And like, we need to not lose sight of the fact that our economy works in a very particular way here in Australia. We're just a big fucking hole in the ground, and don't forget it. So let's get some of that perspective, because the net zero thing is huge. Like the Liberals or the Coalition have taken it on now as their policy. They've abandoned it after like that kind of being a thing that they had signed up to. So this matter is not going away, and it's very influential in politics, and it has a big influence over working people. A massive influence over working people. And so this is a particular angle of it, I would say. Jerry Poppins. Oh, Jerry Poppins. Oh, good. You can give us some fucking inside scoop on this too, please, because I think he harps on, like, I watched a few minutes of it just to get context, and like he harps on about, mining. Yeah, mining specifically as being the backbone of the Australian economy. Like he speaks about other stuff as well, but, resident miner in the chat. It's good to have you. Jerry Poppins. It's fine. We all laughed. Parliament has no idea of Aussie work culture, save for a handful of good ones. Indoctrinate them. I mean, if that's the case, then they exceptional circumstances to their employment not granted to other workers, almost like another class. Yeah, they definitely are. The political class. All about whelp for toil. Shall I get my he's not wrong though reply queued up? Yeah, fucking copy it, because you might paste it a few times. He's not wrong. No. You're going to have to turn it into a GIF. I know, right? Yeah, he's not wrong. All right, let's have a listen. Has anyone come across this guy before? The Reef Rebels guy? Dr. Peter Ridd has been researching the Great Barrier Reef since 1984. has invented a range of advanced scientific instrumentation and written over 100 scientific publications. Since being fired by James Cook University for raising concerns about science quality assurance issues, Peter Reid receives no payment for any of the work he does. Damn. All right. Let's have a little look-sees then, shall we? Might get a kick out of it. Let's have a look.
One of the biggest problems I think we have in many countries at the moment with issues like climate change and net zero is that many in the population have lost connection with the truly productive parts of society. They don't have a clue, in fact, where the wealth comes from. So slogans like net zero, which will actually cripple the economy, it doesn't actually mean anything to them. To people in the cloistered big cities, food comes from the
Slow down. Slow down. Let's get the research assistant out, shall we? Now, I have a feeling that ChatGPT, and let's just be honest here. Okay, we got to be honest when using a research assistant. ChatGPT is geared towards being liberal. I think it's been put together by people that have a liberal bent. And when I say liberal, I mean liberal in the American sense, not liberal in the Australian sense, not like the Liberal Party. It's just like liberal culture. Like Grok has, some weird fancies towards whatever the hell Elon Musk feels like at the time. So I don't know if you're going to get the best research assistant stuff on this topic, but straight off the bat, he's basically saying that net zero is going to destroy the Australian economy. Now that might come as a shock to some people, and it might not come as a shock to others, but it's something to be aware of, because it's better to have this conversation and not be surprised than to be blindsided with it later. Too fast. He's not wrong though. No. We're gonna find out if he's wrong or not, and see if our liberal bent ChatGPT has any opinions on this. Very much enjoy that he chose the classic smashed avo when first referring to city people. See, that's what I'm saying. This guy is so enmeshed in the culture wars, but he plays look, I wear khaki, I'm a scientist, I work on the Great Barrier Reef, and he's like, I'm just a regular Aussie guy, just like you. And look at these city folk with their smashed avocado. It's so good. So deep in the culture wars. So good. All right. Enough. Can you please explain the claim that Australia's net zero policy will have a negative impact on the Australian economy? I believe the insinuation is that Australia's economy is built on fossil fuel exports. And so this is a huge factor that is not taken into consideration appropriately when designing and committing to particular targets. So that's some. I don't know if it's just trying to be objective, but it's why some? Here's a clear, accurate explanation of the claim that Australia's net zero policies could negatively impact the economy and what's actually true and not true about it. And while some say net zero will harm the Australian economy, the argument generally comes from conservative politicians, fossil fuel aligned industry groups. Do you reckon this guy's fossil fuel aligned? I don't know. As a Great Barrier Reef scientist, I wonder. You never know. He did get kicked out of the university. It's probably the university that's aligned with fossil fuel industry. Anyway. And some media outlets. Australia's economy is heavily dependent on fossil fuel exports, coal, gas. Therefore, policies aimed at reaching net zero emissions threaten core pillar of national income, jobs, and government revenue. Australia is a major fossil fuel exporter. This part is true. Australia's economic structure includes big export sectors in thermal coal, metallurgical coal, liquefied natural gas. These are huge export earners. The fossil fuel exports regularly account to 20 to 25% of total export value. Again, I wonder how much of that value actually, is something that we feel or is just given away, or shipped away by corporations. Coal and LNG together are often among the 3 top export categories. Someone say my name. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, look. Never forget Thailand. You got it. You got the picture. Thank you, Ninja Nurse. There it is. Pauline Hanson, hey? With the girls on vacay. Also, Mystery, you can use DeepSeek. Perhaps it'll give you a different answer. Oh my God, never thought about that. Yeah, let's get the Chinese response on this one. That'd be good. Get rid of all that. Yeah, like I said, American liberal kind of bias, let's call it. Royalties from coal, especially Queensland and New South Wales, are significant for state budgets. Yeah. So yes, fossil fuels are a major. The claim net zero will destroy these export industries. Critics argue the world is decarbonizing, so demand for coal and gas will collapse. Now, like, this is true to a certain extent. Like, just recently in COP30, if you're aware, there've been these climate talks that have happened recently in Brazil. I think they have finished now. I'm pretty sure they've been meeting for like a week or two. They've finished. I think they were a bit lackluster, to be honest. They weren't very happy with the conclusion of the meetings. Anyway, I think South Korea, who is a massive importer of Australian coal, has decided that they're going to phase that out of their economy. So it's going to have a big impact on us, whether we do net zero or not. If Australia commits to net zero, it must align its export structure with global climate goals. Critics say this means shutting coal mines earlier than expected, reducing gas expansion, stopping new fossil fuel export projects, ending state royalty streams, job losses in coal regions such as the Hunter Valley and central Queensland. Renewables won't replace this economic weight. The claim is Australia can't build enough manufacturing industry. Solar wind jobs are temporary construction jobs, not stable long-term ones. Mining for critical minerals, lithium, nickel, rare earths won't match coal gas export value. Yeah, not the way we've structured it, where we've just given the Americans a fucking license to take all of our value away. Come on. Anthony, I don't know how to pronounce that. Anton. Let's go with Anton. I'm going to go with that. Oil is 80% of our total energy. It is in all things around us. Net zero is total energy, not electricity. Can't add billions to the economy and not increase consumption. 25 years ago, renewables were 7.96 of total energy. Now, billions later, it's 8.94%. When they say 80% of energy they mean electricity is 20% of total energy. If they reach 80%, that would be 20% of total energy. Oil, 75%. BO% is common around the world. Now, this is actual market not wanting coal. Or is it think tanks like the WF and the UN pushing the agenda and using ESG to incentivize the change? I don't know. But like, there are countries that we trade with that are taking on alternative sources, and it's going to impact us externally, like without our control anyway. Okay, what this argument misses and why it's contested. From an economic, structural, and policy perspective, this doom scenario is incomplete and misleading. Global demand decline is happening regardless of Australia's domestic policy. The shift away from fossil fuels is driven by global market forces. So apparently not the World Economic Forum or the UN. It's by global market forces, not Australian policy. China's coal demand is already plateauing. Europe is reducing LNG reliance. Renewable energy is now cheaper than fossil fuels in many regions. Australia can't protect itself from fossil sectors by refusing to decarbonize. The world is moving on. Interesting. There you go. Message undeleted? What's that? What did you write, Squeeb? Hey, naughty man. I'd like to know your thoughts on all of this, Squeeb. Like, not the sarcastic ones, like the real ones. Like, if we come across anything that tickles your fancy. Australia's economy is not as dependent on fossil fuels as critics imply. Ooh, this is a big call. This will rock the boat. Even though fossil fuels dominate exports, they contribute only 3 to 4% of GDP, 1% of total employment directly. Okay, like, I think we should keep this in mind when we watch his propaganda here. This is interesting. Only 1% of total employment directly? That's interesting. 1.5 including contractors. So 3 to 4% of GDP. Interesting. The perception of dependency is exaggerated because export earnings look big, but they are not the same as total economic activity. Interesting. Australia has a huge comparative advantage in renewable energy. Australia is one of the sunniest. I love that. So good. Sunniest and windiest countries on earth. The rich minerals needed for electrification. Rich in minerals needed for electrification, well positioned for hydrogen and green steel. Well, that's part of the, what is it called now? The Made in Australia. That's not right. It's something else. Like the new Labor in reindustrialization program is Future Made in Australia, I think. That's all about green steel, green industry and stuff. Many models, CSIRO, ANU, Grattan, AEMO, show Australia stands to gain, not lose, from global energy transition if it invests strategically. Yeah, it's future made in Australia. Okay, yeah. Yeah, our rare earth minerals and renewables resources are quickly overtaking fossil fuels. Renewables are 9%, says Anton. You can convince anyone with made up stats. 72% of people know this. So are you just like throwing in made up stats? Is that what's going on here, Anton? Australia's economy fully depends on fossil fuels. What propaganda AI are you using? Well, look, I did preface it by saying it has a liberal bent. But this is ChatGPT, so if that answers your question. Renewables are 9% of total energy. Go to that percentage and see how much the economy drops. Where were the Yoshi? Oh my god. Did you get that through? Oh yeah, you can say that. Fair enough. Welcome back, Yoshi. We are indoctrinated. We are the only place on Earth that has those minerals where there's not currently conflict. Hey, wow. Isn't that crazy? Anton's not wrong though. That's you, Dilemmas. You get a gif of you saying that, send it to me. I'll put it up on the screen. Green concrete uses coal ash as a binder. So good. He did get that through. Yeah. Good on you, Yoshi. Australia has a huge comparative advantage in renewable energy. Net zero policy is often used as a political wedge. Critics frame net zero as destroying the economy, but most economists see sticking with fossil fuel exports as a much bigger long-term risk. Stranded assets, declining global demand, carbon tariffs like in the EU, investment flight towards green industries. Like you have to ask, like, is that real? Like, is there such investment flight towards green industries that like it makes it dead in the water to pin yourself on fossil fuel like exports? Okay, the real risk isn't net zero, it's poor transition management. The genuine risk is regional, not national. Coal dependent regions, Hunter, CQ, Gippsland, will feel economic pain if mines are closed abruptly, governments fail to invest in alternative industries, workers are not retrained or redeployed. Isn't that funny? Like how it's just like, oh, governments fail to invest in alternative industries? Excuse me, I thought this was a capitalist economy. Shouldn't the free market figure out when it abruptly shuts something down? Shouldn't the free market be the thing that figures that out, not the government? That sounds like fucking socialism to me. Evil communism. That's what that is. No conflict. Have you been to Cobar RSL? Like in relation to, tell me please. Sorry, liberal long nose GPT. Oh my god. Did AI tell you the sources are from? No. Normally it gives me sources for all this stuff. Let's ask this one because I was wondering where they get the sources for this from. Can you give me your source for this? Political wedge to who? Seems like everyone left of center, right, are on board with the transition. So where's the wedge? Well, like, are they though? Like, look what's happened to the coalition. Like, they've kind of, yeah, it's weird. They've kind of just completely gone off on this. I guess you did say center right though. Like, what about the teals? All those teal independents. I guess they're not on board with scrapping net zero. I guess. I haven't heard anything from them. Just talking conflict minerals. Okay. Can't add billions to the economy and expect price to come down. And 70% of our energy, 75% of our energy in all the things we buy is oil based. Asphalt is bottom of boiled barrel of oil, and we get 6,000 plus products. Solar is bad for coal, but great for oil. So the wedge is between the center right and the far right. Then yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I wasn't able to locate a reliable source. Fuck. Where did I get that from, man? According to the Australian energy producers, the Australian gas industry contributes 85 billion to the economy in 1 year, representing 3.7% of Australia's GDP. That's from the Australian energy producers. The Australian Government Department of Industry, Science Resources reports in 2022 to 2023, Australia's energy commodity export earnings were $238.7 billion. The Bureau of Resource and Energy Economics and other sources show that fossil fuel exports make up a large share of Australia's export commodity earnings. For example, 39% of total commodity exports. Wow, so it doesn't give an actual figure for that, 4IS. That's crazy. Seems like it's just an issue for one side and they're not in any position to do anything about it. That's fucking hilarious. They can't do anything about it anyway, so fuck them. Yeah, but like it seems to be engaging working people though. That's why I really want to get on this topic. Because despite the fact that it is full of culture war traps, it is an element of the class struggle insofar as we have these massive transnational corporations that come to pillage our economy and they tear away large swathes of our working populations to do their bidding and then kind of control conversations over the consumer class and the working class and try to sway their opinions in order to kind of allow their capitalist vision or their enterprises to continue to profit and exploit Australian people. So, you know, outside of the usual like climate change is real, it's not real, like all that sort of stuff. Like it is really comes down to good old capitalist propaganda, and like obviously their propaganda is bent on making sure they ensure their profits. And so like what are they doing here in this country and trying to just pillage our resources? Like that's what they benefit from. And if we can cut through all of that rhetoric and see what the capitalist class is really up to, these big transnational corporations, I mean, like what they're really up to at the end of the day, that will help, I think, us navigate the conversation in terms of like a kind of a class analysis of what's going on. What's the capitalist class really up to? What in Dr. Seuss is on that toast? Isn't that funny? That's avocado. That avocado is a big kind of trope in the Australian scene. Like I'd say about 10 years ago. Like affordability, housing affordability was a big thing. And like one of our prime ministers suggested that if kids really want to buy a house, they should stop going out on the weekend and spending, you know, $10 on avocado on toast and save to buy a house like people used to do back in the day. So like stop living lavish lifestyles and complaining that you can't buy a fucking house. So he's using that trope right now If we use one thing like aspirin or bunker oil or then diesel, we will exist and be used elsewhere. It has been a con. Net zero, the problem is real, but what they have done is add trillions for extra consumption, and the 1% own the supply lines that must be kept full. That must be kept full. Yes. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I just don't trust corporations when it comes to, oh, net zero is now a problem, like all of a sudden. That's some funky looking avocado slash guac. Yeah, it is. It's quite green. Yeah, I just don't trust when like people start complaining about net zero all of a sudden. Like, are they actually worried about net zero and what that means for the economy? And this is what city folks don't get about Australia as well. Or are they just being sold propaganda by massive corporations that just want to continue to make a few extra $1 billion before the demise of their industry? They're just squeezing the last bits out of the fucking toothpaste tube. Is that what this is all about? I think the thing working people are more concerned with is what you said. It's not net zero. People are talking about Gina Reinhardt and resource taxes. Yeah. All right, let's let the scientist do his thing, shall we? Yeah, where's our share? Yeah, damn right. Imagine all the avocado on toast we could buy with some of those royalties, eh? Some of them kickbacks.
Shop, not from the farm, and electricity just comes out of the wall socket. It's sort of almost by magic. And cloistered big city, it doesn't actually mean anything to them. To people in the cloistered big cities, food comes from the shop, not from the farm, and electricity just comes out of the wall socket. It's sort of almost by magic. They don't, for example, know in Australia how much we have to export so they can import their EV or their iPhone and things like that. And so it's easy.
This is a really funny way of looking at trade, okay? I am watching someone who is suggesting that in order for Australia to get in cars or phones from China, we have to export things like gold and beef and oil. Is it true that this is how international trade works in the modern age? Very brief response, please. All right, let's read this. Sorry, give me a second. Countries do not have to swap gold beef for phone and cars. Instead, trade works through currencies, foreign exchange markets, financial flows, and credit systems. Australia imports goods by paying money, not by bartering commodities. Exports help earn foreign currency and balance trade over time. There is no requirement for direct exchange of specific goods. This is funny. All right, let's go back. Sorry.
Electricity just comes out of the wall socket. It's sort of almost by magic. They don't, for example, know in Australia how much we have to export so they can import their EV or their iPhone and things like that. And so it's easy for them to suggest that, oh, well, let's just close down the coal industry because they don't understand how crucial it is to our economy.
BRICS is doing barter. Look, there's a lot of countries that do barter. They do have trade agreements on very particular items. But like that's not how the world economy functions largely. Countries only trade with each other if somebody has one other thing that they want and vice versa. It's not really how it all works. No conversation about net zero can be had without including BlackRock, etc., and ESG incentives. Can we all collectively go raid the Fed and liberate all of our gold? Look, I would suggest to you that probably a number of people in this stream right now are from countries other than the US of A. And so we won't be able to get there anytime soon. But if you're happy to fund us coming over to help you in your raid, Yoshi, just let us know. I'm sure Trump wouldn't have any problems with that.
They also don't understand that, yes, you can impose methane laws on our cattle industry and close down our cattle industry. And that, is just miraculous. It won't affect them in any way, but of course it will. So in this video, I'm going to look at how the economy of Australia works and how we pay for all our imports. And we'll make a comment at the end how it seems that the productive part of society, which are often in the regions, are not appreciated by the, I won't say unproductive, majority that are in the big cities. So let's have a...
Yeah, did you hear that, Jerry Poppins? Fuck, I hope you were listening to that. Eh? God, I hope you were listening to that. This is the type of stuff that would make you cream your jeans, man. Eh? Or there's unproductive city wankers, not like us people in the regions, man. Eh? We are where it's at. I ain't going anywhere near the US of A. Y'all sort your shit out first. In the wise words of Rennick, fuck 'em. He did say that, actually, didn't he?
look at this.
Beef is carbon neutral if the herd size hasn't increased in 100 years, because that is how long methane lasts. There you go.
Particular table of exports of Australia. Right up the top there, we have iron ore at 21% of our exports, coal at 14%, natural gas 10%. Education related, travel expenses, that's actually the universities, mostly visa scamming, selling visas, pretending to have a super duper high quality education system that everybody wants to come to, but actually people are coming for permanent residence, and why do you blame them? But it's not a proper come to, but actually people...
International students refuse to return home. That's interesting.
Super duper high quality
Australia opens Indian student migration pathway.
education system that everybody wants to come to, but actually people are coming for permanent residence, and why do you blame them? But it's not a proper export. Gold, beef, aluminium, wheat. In fact,
I don't know, man. I get it. America runs your shit, boy. I get it. But like, we go down, the whole system goes down. It's pretty rich. Like, do you reckon that's legit? I think the financial system goes down if America goes down. But the way that you guys have decoupled from your industry, if America goes down, everyone will just turn to China, I would say. Everyone will be like, what next? Xi, what do you want, brother? I think that's probably how it will happen if America goes down. I say this is an ex-vegan, the worst system ever. Like, the vegan system is the worst system, or like counting carbon accounting? I bet you 4AS has some opinions on that.
if you look at, just four of the major export industries, it's 50% of our export. And this whole list is dominated by things that are produced in the country, not in the cities. Now, rather than look at these statistics in the way that, billions of dollars, which really doesn't mean a lot to anybody, I thought I'd do it in a slightly different way so that people in the inner cities can actually get a real feel where their wealth comes from when they buy an iPhone or a coffee or whatever, or they have an overseas holiday, which has to be paid for by our exports.
What does it? Like, that's an interesting assumption. Again, this whole video is predicated on this idea that Australia's wealth is somehow this shared asset that we all get access to. And thank God there's people out there like miners in the regions and farmers, like cattle farmers. Like, thank God there are those people in the regions, because they produce wealth, and then we can all buy shit. Like, I can buy a coffee because there's someone deep in the earth's crust somewhere, maybe Jerry Poppins right now, mining away. Like, that's an incredible way of framing this entire video. I don't know if I'm like, he must know how global trade works and how financial markets work and all that sort of stuff. This is interesting. You know my views on carbon accounting. And Dr. Nathan, definitely couldn't be that people came for an education over 3 to 5 years, life evolves, and people grow attachments to this country and grow in community. No, got to be a big plot by thousands of individuals. Yeah, it's interesting. Jerry's deep in someone's crust for sure. Oh, God, I wish he was here to see all these comments. Oh, Jerry.
And so my unit of, rather than money, is going to be how many wagons of coal
2 kilometers straight down, baby. I do for you. Directed at Jag, please. I reckon you and Jag could go 2Ks down together. You might have to convert the 2 kilometers for Jag, though. If America collapsed, Aussies would just go, oh, no, our 10% trading partner who uses us as an unsinkable aircraft carrier has fallen. Oh, well, business as usual, i.e. business with China. China. America isn't as important to Oz as they think, as they like to think they are. Yeah. Yeah, things have changed. And I think it's all got to do with, as my usual analysis of things comes from a Marxian perspective. Ha! I speak freedom units and metric, baby. Ah, good, good, good. I'm glad. So we don't have to convert for you. So good. We thank you for your service, Jerry. There it is. There it is. All right. I'll let this guy continue.
Rather than money is going to be how many wagons of coal do we need to export so that you in the city can buy this thing? Now, why a wagon of coal, Bess? Because coal is evil. And I want people to feel guilty when they buy something that's been bought with by coal. But the second reason is that my son-in-law works at a coal mine, and we're very proud of him. We want to tell you just how much he has to do. So you can buy your EV from China, or you from Thailand, or your rooftop solar panel from China, or whatever. Now, the average coal train is 84 wagons. They're big. Three locomotives, 84 wagons, and each wagon is 80 tons of coal. Each ton of coal is very, very roughly, and the numbers I'm going to use are pretty rough right throughout here, about 200 Aussie dollars. So round figures, about $16,000 for a wagon of coal. The whole train is worth 1.3 million, and my son-in-law takes, he tells me, about 1 hour 48 minutes to load that. All right, so what's your average car worth? The one you drive around in the city? Well, Australia imports about $37 billion worth of cars, $37,000 worth roughly. So my son-in-law has to reload 2 wagons for your car. Now let's look at petrol that you need to put in your car. We imported at roughly $1 a litre.
Yeah, so you can buy, you people in the city. Yeah, I know. I feel so under attack here. You people in the city. Look at me sitting down drinking my coffee. Eh? How many fucking lumps of coal was in this coffee cup? Eh? So good. Big I know a guy energy here. Also, I know a guy that works in the coal mines. So now he's an expert because he knows a guy. Americans love bullets more than anything, and yet they use the imperial system, except when it comes to bullets. Hot take. But just convert to metric like the rest of the world. Eh? Interesting. Don't be scared. It's coal. And that's what Squeeb had put in the stream chat like originally. Let's just take a quick diversion here. This one's for the Americans watching. This is our political elite at their finest right here.
Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is coal. Don't be afraid.
Don't be scared. The Treasurer knows the rule on props.
On props.
It's coal. It was dug up by men and women who work and live in the electorates of those who sit opposite. From the Hunter Valley, as the member for Hunter would know. It's coal that has ensured for over 100 years
The Deputy
that Australia
Prime Minister
has enjoyed an energy competitive advantage that has delivered prosperity to Australian businesses and has ensured that Australian industry has been able to remain competitive on a global market.
Dismiss Morrison.
Speaker, this is coal. Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
scared.
Don't be scared. So good. You need to leave. All right. You can still hear ScoMo. There it is. Infamous Australian moment then.
And it turns out, if you do the sums, that 8 cars for 1 year will need to load 1 wagon. So 1 wagon of coal for each 8 cars per year. Now, of course, the inner city elites would be very, very happy to close down the coal industry and probably believe you can't have a car either. So let's go to something that really affects them. That is their phone, which they're addicted to. Well, it turns out that you have to, for 20 phones to import, that is paid for by one wagon of coal. Now, the other thing that the inner city elites love is their overseas holidays, which they carbon offset. Well, actually, they don't. Only about 3% of people carbon offset their airline tickets. But
How do you carbon offset your airline tickets? Does anyone know how that works? How do you carbon offset your airline tickets? Like, you have to go plant trees somewhere. I don't fly and I don't buy tickets, so don't make choices like that myself. I can explain whether carbon offsets for airlines travels are effective. Hey, I can't believe it was just a smart ass just then. Yes, that was a hypothetical question, not aimed at you personally. How does one offset carbon when they buy a plane ticket? Bro, your video is recorded on a phone. Sit your ass down. No, only inner city elites have phones. All right. How dare you? You calculate on there, it calculates your emissions. When you buy a ticket, airlines often estimate how much CO2 your share of the flight produces. For example, 0.5 to 2 tons of CO2, depending on the distance. Some airlines give you the option right at checkout. Others do through partner programs. You pay an extra fee to offset those emissions. This money doesn't reduce your actual flight emissions. Instead, the airline sends a contribution to projects that theoretically reduce or avoid emissions elsewhere. Okay, so it is literally planting trees. Okay, protecting forests from logging, renewable energy projects, methane capture projects, carbon capture technology, soil or agricultural carbon storage. Okay, so you can, it's like most things in bourgeois society. You can be like, I feel guilty about the fact that I have a impact on the environment. Let me just pay the extra fee for that. And some other market somewhere else will cover that. And then I can sleep better at night in the bourgeois world I live in. Hey? What a scam. Taylor Swift should be paying all of our fees. Yes. Her and her fucking private jet. Damn straight. How does one offset the basic building block of life when on Earth on a plane ticket? I shouldn't have to pay a fee so some mofo can do the right thing. But this is bourgeois society. Everything is up for grabs on a market somewhere. Apart from the things that the market obviously doesn't want to cover because it's too expensive. It doesn't turn a profit. Like, education or like protecting people or government services generally. The government could do that. But everything else, if you can turn that, like if people want to pay an extra fee for it, you can make a market. That's my problem with all the carbon accounting stuff, is that bourgeois system has just turned it into a market, not into an actual social good. Like, let's figure out ways to, I don't know, save the world. It's let's just figure out a way that people can pay fees and then somebody will turn that into a profitable enterprise. Bro, I've been to Bankstown in the last years. It's barely west anymore, except your fate of the inner city enveloping you. Yeah, with all the fucking suburban sprawl that we have, it is like Bankstown pretty much is the inner west now. Hey, can I carbon offset my trip to Bankstown? Hey, I don't think so. Especially if you're coming from somewhere around Stanmore Macca's. You might have to just walk. $2 extra on every bowl of pho? That's so good. And who does that go to? Huh? Who does that go to? The Vietnamese people that make your pho for you? Do they, plant a tree somewhere? I don't know. This is hilarious. All right,
they
back
may
to it.
pretend they do that to their friends. All right, so Australia foreign travel, which has to be paid for, is about $60 billion a year. That's 2/3 of our coal exports. Let's say your holiday costs you 20 grand, which would, you're not going to get away with that going to your skiing holiday in Denver or Europe. Well,
anyone been to Denver or Europe on a skiing holiday recently? No, it must be those rich inner city elites.
it's about 100 tons of coal or one wagon of coal. So each of those planes flying off to Europe or America, in round figures, probably a couple of hundred wagons of coal have to be sold by my son-in-law or loaded by my son-in-law so that that can happen. All right, but let's not just use wagons of coal. I want to use another unit, which was a cow's worth of milk a year. It turns out that my son-in-law's uncle has the farm across the road, dairy farm. And although we don't export milk, because we have our dairy farmers, we don't have to import $7 billion worth of milk. Now, it turns out that one cow in really, really, really rough numbers produces 5,000 litres of milk a year, and that's worth about $4,000. So let's go back to the iPhones, which we know our inner city people love. It turns out the guys across the road allow each cow that they have each year allows 5 phones to be imported each year. And they'd be very, very happy to close down dairy farmers because, my goodness, they produce methane. We can't have that, ignoring the fact that you've got to get your milk from somewhere. All right, so we can...
So, he's just really precisely, concisely given us the contradiction between the market system and, the arguments on environmentalism. So, the market system... No, let's not say the market system. Let's say capitalism. Capitalism produces stuff, and there are externalities. So there are impacts associated with the production under a capitalistic system. And because of the scale that we produce, let's say, milk in the current economy, the scale of which we produce milk, it has impacts on methane being emitted into the environment. And so the market or the capitalist system will make a trade-off between impacts on the environment and what is profitable. This is kind of the contradiction that happens all over the capitalist system, is what is profitable takes precedence over any other impacts, like impacts to working people or to workers, specifically their working conditions, or the consumer class. The industries will make products and services that might not actually be necessary for the consumer class, but they make it anyway, and then use marketing and brainwashing campaigns and all this sort of stuff to push these products onto people, whether it's good for them or not. This is just a phenomenon that happens with capitalism generally. And so him saying, basically, people still want milk. Everybody wants milk. So, what are you going to do? Stop cows from farting or something like that? Ha, 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 ha. This is just the system that we live in because everybody wants to be able to have a nice cup of milk, I guess. Are we really going to get rid of cows because of that? And he's just trying to show how crazy that would be. That type of binary choice is absolutely mental, and that's not how our society is structured. And fair enough, everybody likes to have milk, okay, but in this system where people continually choose profit as the bottom line, then you can run these systems a bit better, and you don't have to overproduce, which is what we definitely have in a capitalist system. If he's saying that every single drop of milk that is produced in this country is used, I would argue against that. I would say there'd be a lot of fucking wastage in this system, that's for sure. All based on the idea of profit, right? Avalava, a phone for a wagon of coal. Hasn't this guy heard of money? It's a form of currency and store of value used to exchange commodities. This guy seems like a cash advocate, mystery. Yeah, I know. That's pretty funny. Has this guy heard of money? No, it's all barter. Pretty sure it's all barter. Emit more carbon than it absorbs. Sorry, you said something else. Wait. If one cow is born and a certain amount of warming can only occur, if the cow dies and is replaced by the same amount warming occurs after 100 years, it converts to carbon, and the cow doesn't emit more carbon than it absorbs. Weird how the climate doomers don't talk about Bill Gates anymore. Did Mr. E just pronounce milk correctly? This is just for you, Jerry. Go fuck yourself, bro. Go fuck yourself. Just don't tell anyone. All right? It's not true that I pronounced it well. Ninja knows I'm not an expert on coal, but an expert on when someone is blow-assing facts. But like, I think the premise of this video is interesting, though. Like in terms of like how much of our wealth, or how much wealth do we generate in this country from traditional industries, like resource extraction industries? I think that is an interesting thing to talk about, because, you know, I think they do hide this stuff. And it's not because there's these inner city douchebags out there that like just want to have their phones and their coffees and not think. I think they don't want to talk too much about how much wealth comes in from our resource sector, because then they'd actually have to have a serious conversation with people about whether or not we should be getting more of that wealth, like a bigger share as the sovereign people. Should we have access to more of that wealth? So they kind of keep it under wraps to a certain extent. They promote the fact that they employ lots of people, so they're good for the economy, but they never talk about how much value is being taken out of the system and that like doesn't get back to us. So I think people don't have city folks don't have an understanding of where Australia's wealth comes from, but that's because it's siphoned off by, you know, fucking transnational corporations, and it suits them fine. Squeeb, guess who's back? Hello. More people die from the cold than the heat, and the climate is heating. How many less people would die overall? Is that like a riddle or like a brain teaser or something like that? Tell me, dilemmas. Ninja knows also, everyone knows those city people don't drink cow's milk. They drink milk, oats, and almonds. There it is. Yeah, if he knew anything about city people, they're definitely not having full cream. That's for sure. Eh? Almond milk all the way. So good. I thought it just came from reruns of the Crocodile Hunter. Transnational corporations are the problem? No, I knew it was transnational corporations are the problem? No, it's Trans-Tifa. It's definitely Trans-Tifa living in the cities with their iPhones and their coffees.
I look at coffee. It turns out if you have a heavy drinker of coffee, one of the cows across the road for 1 year will import enough coffee for 40 of the inner city elites to have their fix in some trendy cappuccino bar in the middle of Melbourne. Wouldn't it be a great idea to put the dairy farmers out of business? Who's going to pay for your coffee? Now, one of the points that I'm making is that the society really is very imbalanced. You know, these guys who actually do the work that pays for the stuff, well, the inner city elites are very happy to make suggestions that it should be closed down, ignoring, well, actually, they're ignorant of the fact that that's what pays for this. I think one of the other things is that the people out here in the country tend to be much more practical. They see the reality of where the money comes from. But when you're in your cloistered environment in the middle of the city, they just don't do that. You know, it's a bit of a problem with...
Right, the AI art that he uses is fucking fantastic, can I just say? Right? Look at how happy all of these inner city... Have you ever walked around the city and seen people this happy in business attire or with the same coffee cups? No. Go back to your 4X. 90% of the population is in the cities. He's bagging on all of us. He's having a go at all of us. Hey, that's me. My old colleague would say, I like my coffee like I like my dick black. Okay. Interesting colleague that you've got there. Very interesting. Oh, right. And you Americans love your coffee like that, hey? Interesting. Yeah, I remember that when I was over there. Even in Europe, I remember just having feeling strange asking for milk in my coffee. The Europeans are like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? It's like, come on, man, calm down. Tastes better.
We have these sort of latte sipping class who are telling what should happen to the production of the country, and they have no idea what actually pays for the production of that.
I have seen other stuff from this guy before. It was way more intelligible than that. Like, that was just really like, let's just string two things together that like are completely unrelated. That for some reason, the fact that Australians, there's working people out there in the regions of Australia that are in agriculture and in mining, and what other sectors did he talk about? He didn't really touch on construction or anything. Okay, mining and agriculture that produce value, that subsidizes the lifestyles of everybody else. I don't know if that's not how economics works. Again, like as Avalava said, like we have something called currency. It exists. And it's so that we can use a universal equivalent to move and circulate commodities around without the need for having to figure out, oh my God, this is worth that much of that, and that might be worth that much of this. Oh my God, how are we going to figure this out? Like, we can just use money to do that. And that goes cross borders. Like, it doesn't happen just within your national economy. That can happen on the global stage. And so, like, if you have money, then you are able to get goods from overseas, as opposed to if you have resources. I think it's a bonus to have resources that the world wants, and then you should manage that appropriately. But it's a bit of a stretch, this one. Education is the exception. I think he did. He took it out. He took it out. Yeah. So maybe we are a TAFE-based economy. So in Elon's future world, will we just trade robots for goods? Yes. Interesting. Because that's what he was speaking about yesterday, right? When he was talking about the fact that money won't exist soon. Yeah. I wonder. Look at China holding its money supply value, exchange value low to promote exports. Yeah. Yeah, and like, hasn't the Western world been pissed off at China, the World Trade Organization, for warping its currency, or with like deliberately depressing its currency so it looks like it's an attractive place to invest in, which the capitalists of the world, the bourgeois society out there, just cannot resist, and just dumped all of its money there. Now they've basically advanced beyond any point realizable by any Western country thanks to that investment. And now they're taking the bull by the horns. Our mining could do similar in bring the value of our dollar, making imports cheaper, but all mineral contracts are in USD. Yeah, interesting. It's the global currency. I wonder why I didn't talk about global currency. That would have been interesting for him to touch on, I think. So you can get value to people through changing money supply costs without direct funding too. Yeah. All right, let's have, like, now to continue kind of this conversation. Wheat at 9.8 billion, coal briquettes at 8 times and 77 billion. So yeah, more a mining-based economy of coal, iron ore, and gas. But like, that's fine. I don't think there's any kind of objection or denial that a large part of our economy is built around our resource base. But suggesting that that is the reason that like you can sit where you are right now and talk in a chat on a live stream, that's a bit of a stretch, I must say. The only reason that you can afford to do that is because there are people out there, hardworking Australians, moving coal around on railway lines, on freight lines. Look at all the money in Vic got from selling gas at global rates. Don't check energy bill. instead of local. Why? Why what? We need a currency lad lass revolution? Yeah, that was really interesting. That was an interesting bit from history, wasn't it? A very interesting piece from history. When we got our currency to delineate ourselves from the British, called ourselves currency lads. What currency do you use, bro? Hey, we hardworking Aussies who bought land and sold it for a profit, we are all earning money off the land. Interesting. All right. Now, let us have a look at all money is bank debt. Our assets value are because of money coming to the country. Interesting. And what about the fact that Australia is able to control its own currency and basically create money? Like the state is able to create money. Big oil. Okay, let's have a look. Now, this is the other side of this discussion. So recently, like I said, there was COP30 that had been going on in Brazil recently, and it seems to have been a bit of a flop. Now, this is Big Oil's playbook by Al Jazeera. So I think they've had a discussion. Yeah, as COP30 climate summit in Belém wrapped up this week, we spoke to the UN Special Rapporteur on climate change and human rights, Elisa Morega, about a major barrier to real climate action: disinformation. Dun, dun, dun. Now, everyone knows how much I fucking hate that word, but if you don't know, now you know. I hate the word disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, all that sort of stuff. It's called lies. So like when people lie to you about something, they're lying to you. It's not technical, okay? They are fucking misleading you. And it's because of some fucking ulterior motive. And so I would suggest that, as always, the truth lies somewhere in between two very polarized positions on this issue. But we cannot discount the fact that corporations out there have been sowing the seeds of doubt amongst people about the issues of whether or not the industries they profit off have external impacts that are worth considering. For if not just the future of the human race, like, you know, just the environment, like the planet, the world around us. Because like humans don't exist in a vacuum. We do exist in the environment. And so we do have to take it into consideration. It prints at 4 cents per 100, but we pay it back a full value with our lives, efforts. But if we don't sell anything, then our currency would not be needed as much as the central banks don't want. Less of the product debt, and then they sell in the market. Renewables are awesome. My bill was $2,000 with solar and battery. That's just because I didn't shop around. Or so I'm told. Yeah, I know, right? Where were we at? What was I reading last? Remember the courts consider personal testimony as the highest truth above all scientific fact. Interesting. All right, let's have a look at Big Oil's playbook. Need to buy one of those new solar powered dryers I've heard about. Or like a clothesline.
Often they say that when you learn that you've been lied to, your understanding of the world changes. And this is really the point we are at. We are now understanding that we've been lied time and over again about the main cause of climate change. In the context of climate change, women, indigenous peoples. My name is Elisa Morgera. I'm the UN Special Rapporteur on Climate Change and Human Rights. And my role is to clarify state obligations to protect human rights in the context of climate change.
You, the parties, now stand.
You guys probably can't read that, can you? If you're just lurking. Since 1995, nations have convened annually at the Conference of Parties. That's what COP is. The gatherings were designed as a vehicle for climate action, yet across the decades, COPs have fallen far short of delivering necessary and radical change. In a recent report, Special Rapporteur Morega says climate disinformation is a key reason why urgency has been blunted. Disinformation. It's like fucking just call it lies. That's what you think they are. Just call them lies.
You, the parties, now stand to promote the effective implementation of the Convention.
The United States has agreed to reduce the output of so-called greenhouse gases by 7%. There are those who argue this will make U.S. business less competitive.
More than 10,000 delegates, including scientists, government officials and activists, are taking part in COP15.
The talks called COP19 come after last year's round saw little progress on a green climate fund.
There are not very many heads of state or government. What does that say about how these talks are seen and how seriously the issues are being treated?
The COP30 climate summit officially opened in Brazil yesterday.
It is really significant that after 30 years of COPs, we're catching up with what has been at least 60 years of climate disinformation that was in fact put in place over time with evolving strategies by the fossil fuel industry. And the realization has been that 60 years of that disinformation has made progress on climate change very, very difficult. So in my report this year to the Human Rights Council, I have relied on a large body of independent research that has called out the playbook of climate obstruction by the fossil fuel industry.
The playbook of climate obstruction, the fossil fuel sector's evolving strategies to keep the public uninformed about the severity of climate change and about the role of fossil fuels in causing it. Interesting. Conference of Government Parties, and we wonder if they are lying or not. This stream is going to be based as fuck within a few months. You're welcome. Interesting. Yes. Yes, thank you for your inputs. But like, what we're looking at here is kind of in contradiction, I guess, to some of the stuff that you might consider, I guess, dilemmas. Actually, do people all out deny that the fossil fuel industry or people that profit from fossil fuels would deliberately derail any type of conversation that puts them in a bad light and stops them from being able to profit off assets that they already have capture over? Does anyone deny that? Like anyone that's like against, I guess, climate change and all that sort of stuff. Maybe you, Anton, or dilemmas and all that sort of stuff. Would you deny that corporations would deliberately muddy the water? Like just to benefit themselves for a little bit longer? Trump shows strong message with COP30. Yeah, what's the message? Like not showing up kind of thing?
It is very deeply embedded in PR and advertising. In fact, we don't realize that we are exposed daily, if not more, to advertising either directly or indirectly related to the fossil fuel industry.
Our premium products, industry-leading technology.
Okay, I'm sure companies do that. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because I wouldn't say that that's like very far-fetched or hard to believe that there are a group of people out there that would probably pay big money, like think tanks, control like media organizations, use fancy PR campaigns, advertising, marketing, all of that sort of stuff to kind of derail a conversation that suits their own interests. Like that's kind of what money does, right? I trust what Joe Camel tells me. Is that the guy that we've checked out on the Far Right Friday before? Joey Camel, I think his name is.
And friendly hospitality help you go the extra mile.
Shell experts are working on a wind project that could power 6 million homes.
Yeah, I've always found this interesting where you have like you see those ads, if anyone watches television anymore, but like those ads where you have, BP or Shell or something like that, like promoting the fact that they're transitioning to renewables or they're building wind farms or something. You're like, what the fuck is this about? Why do they need to push this agenda for? But even if they do, Australia doesn't contribute enough to emissions to strangle our economy with climate ideology. But again, like with the conversation that we were having before with that guy from Reef Rebels, like it's not a one-to-one thing. It's not like, okay, we need to trade a ton of coal to get one iPhone. So like, will it cripple the economy if like tomorrow people stopped like mining coal? Because like I thought the argument that like many people have, and we've had this discussion before, Dilemmas as well, is that Australians actually get shortchanged with our resources, and we don't get the sovereign wealth fund that we should be getting from these resources. We actually get shortchanged hard. So if like we just have transnational corporations that are siphoning money out of the economy as opposed to actually allowing that value to stay here, then like turning it off, like literally turning it off like a switch, it's not going to really impact the economy because, apart from people that will like parts of the working class that will lose their jobs from that, working people that will lose their jobs, like the value is sucked, all the stuff that they produce is sucked out of the economy by some transnational corporation anyway. So like, is that going to have a massive impact apart from job loss, which as ChatGPT had said was like max 1.5% of the Australian workforce? Like we got a reduction in 1% of the workforce, let's say. That's an impact. But outside of that, like, will that cripple the economy if the argument has always been from, people like Rennick that we don't actually get any value out of our commodities anyway. Like, that's the argument I'm making. We're already getting shortchanged. So like, how is that going to cripple the economy if like we just stopped doing like coal, let's say? Like we don't see the benefit of it for the most part, apart from the jobs that it creates. And it's supposedly, the licensing fees, the royalties go to state governments. They can use that in their budgets. But like, we don't see any action on that, let's say, as sovereign individuals. He said lots of people die from cancer for lots of reasons. And if that stresses you out, he has a smooth ciggy. I don't trust. Mystery, we're sorry. We're sorry. Yeah. I believe in humans' ability to improvise and engineer our way out of problems. Okay. So I think there's a contradiction in the logic that this is just my opinion. And like, we've spoken about this. But like, there's a contradiction in the logic that, Australia doesn't get any real value out of its resources. We're getting shortchanged. And then the idea that, oh my God, if we cut off coal, then the economy is going to tank. Like, which one is it? Are we getting access to our resources and we need that to survive? Or are we getting shortchanged and like we haven't got the system set up properly? New South Wales 46 class locomotive. New South Wales used to have electric trains to haul freight, but they were replaced with diesel as they were cheaper to operate, as not all the grid was electrified. So less exchanging between services. Interesting. All right, back to it.
Let's think about like sports, sponsorship as well. Most of our major international events have sponsorship from fossil fuel companies. The messaging we're getting is that we can't live without fossil fuels, that there is no real alternative, that may be very dangerous, that may not allow us to live in a prosperous ways.
Same with houses. Do you want cheaper houses without affecting the economy? Yeah, like if we start to provide people with houses outside of the market, or we take away negative gearing or something like that, change housing policy, then like, it's going to crash the economy, or the fear mongering that comes with this stuff. Fossil fuel companies have counterfeited climate science, buying credibility for fossil fuel influence research through university affiliations, while intimidating independent climate scientists and manufacturing doubt regarding their science. Report of the Special Rapporteur. I don't know, maybe it's just woke stuff. Who knows? This special rapporteur and the UN. Can she be trusted? This woman? You tell me. Who knows? Who knows? Let's get back to it.
The industry already had back then their own scientists telling them that their activities would lead to climate change, to a planetary crisis. And they still decided not only to go ahead with their activities. To this day, we're expanding fossil fuel extraction everywhere in the world, and to keep the public away from this information. And not only that, but actually actively disinforming them, so they will take them longer and longer and longer to figure out the direct link between fossil fuels and this planetary crisis of climate change, nature loss, toxic pollution, and crucially, economic inequality.
A necessidade de os povos indígenas e comunidades tradicionais
The urgent need for indigenous peoples and traditional communities to be heard.
serem ouvidos é urgente.
However, in the negotiation tables, indigenous
Porém,
peoples,
nas mesas de negociações, os povos indígenas, entre outros
along with other segments of society, do not have participation.
segmentos da sociedade, não têm participação.
The fossil fuel industry has also exerted significant influence on academia and research. This is also part of the playbook and a way to disinform and misinform the public. On the one hand, they have attacked and smeared climate scientists, but on the other hand, they've also manufactured science that is not accurate. And this has happened through funding to universities, to think tanks, with strings attached, asking them to produce research, for instance, on either giving a sense that there are some benefits to certain fossil fuels, or that there is a way for the fossil fuel industry still to contribute to what they call transitional fuels, which serves to distract from that imperative, scientific imperative, and in fact, legal imperative of phasing out fossil fuels.
That's a fun hat for such a serious backing track. So good. Like, this is the thing. Like, I haven't actually heard people argue about this. I've heard people talk about, like, the science is wrong, or scientists don't agree on stuff and all that sort of stuff. But I don't hear people dispute the fact, or this idea, let's not call it a fact, this idea that corporations, like fossil fuel corporations, pay for their own scientific research to be done to discount climate science that is oppositional to their interests. I haven't heard anyone really say, no, that's bullshit, that doesn't happen. And that's my huge gripe with science in this era of capitalism. For a long time, like, science was employed by capitalists for innovation's sake, and innovation's sake only, in a highly competitive environment. Like, look at the AI arms race, right? The scientists in the AI arms race are employed to produce the most cutting edge artificial intelligence technologies, in order for the proprietor, the capitalist, to get the edge on their competitors and dominate the market. So in a system of healthy competition, then, like, you know, they're employing the sciences or computer science in order to improve their product, to get the edge. I'm not going to say to make it the best product on the market. I don't care about consumers, but like to get the edge on their competition. Now, in a world like where you have kind of monopoly situations, or you have cartels, massive transnational energy corporations that control the conversation, they will not, you know, get scientists on board or fund research, at least scientific research. They're not funding scientific research to get the edge on the competition, but to continue their monopolization of the market. And so if they can pay for research to be done, the brief is given at the start. In order to get the funding, you actually have to prove what they want you to prove. That's the problem with science and scientific research, anyway, in a capitalist system, in a system where, you know, there are legitimate scientists out there, but they can't do stuff. They can't do research because research is expensive. And like the people that want to fund them are private entities. And these private entities will come along and be like, all right, well, like, you need some funding and I want some research that basically proves my existence or justifies part of my agenda. You do this and I'll pay for you. And they need it. They need the support. They need the financial assistance anyway. It might help them with something else that they're doing, but they produce the results that are desired, not the results that just come from doing objective scientific experimentation and reporting on that. They're playing to an agenda. And so, like, this stuff is prolific throughout. It's not just isolated to the energy sector. This happens in medical scientific research. It happens at universities all over the place, where they produce what the market wants in terms of scientific research, because they need the funding. They need the money. British Gas and Brit Oil in the 1980s. Let's shift public to private. Greening. I've only seen the cities cut down trees for views of ocean. 9 out of 10 dentists recommend works sales product. 9 out of 10 scientists say climate change is a problem. And soundly, it's a huge uphill battle. Interesting. Yeah, when science meets the market, like, it just corrupts the scientific endeavor. I believe completely corrupts the scientific endeavor. Our modeling shows we are completely correct and everyone else is wrong. Yeah, and we paid big money to get that result, so it must be valid. It must be valid. Recent research has documented intentional delaying efforts, including through media ownership and influence, waged against efforts for effective climate action. Dun, dun.
There's been also investigative journalism, really tracing down to 7 major media companies who were not only supporting fossil fuel advertising, but in fact producing themselves in-house content for fossil fuel companies. So clearly these are all like a very complementary and misleading practices.
Look at that. The media in this type of society that we live in, the media somehow supports the interests of the capitalist class, of the bourgeoisie. Where do they get these ideas from? These special rapporteurs for the UN, where do they get these ideas? Hey? If only they had read a little bit of Marx. He was only talking about that, like, 200 years ago. Hey? That would be nice for them. But it takes a UN specialist to come up with this theory that the mainstream media is basically doing PR for energy corporations. Look at this headline: how we can create sustainable, secure and affordable energy future. We can thrive on natural gas in the age of renewables. Brussels playbook presented by BP. Socialist wish list. UK's mixed messaging. Macron's big bang reform. Future energy talks. Interesting. Scientists have never taken money to promote sugar / durries, etc. Remember the food pyramid in the 90s? Doesn't look like that now. Almost like the science has changed. Interesting.
They really
our data is
make even experts struggle to get to the truth. In my report, I mentioned also a few recommendations around criminalizing actions related to disinformation, including potentially for PR firms and media. It is a very bold recommendation, and it's really meant to start a debate into understanding how we can create a stronger framework of accountability. And the idea is really showing that on the one hand, of course, we need to protect freedom of expression. Everyone who has their positions or doubts about climate science and about climate action is free to share these. But this point about preventing climate disinformation is about the undue commercial influence in our public debates.
It's corporate interests. They put their thumb on the scale and they have money behind them. So you know, if they want to have alternate opinions, that's fine. But like, are they just paying their way in to this conversation? I think that's the real takeaway here. Macca's painted their arches green, thought it was greenwashing, then saw the McHappy Meal featured Grinch. We need to defossilize information systems to protect public opinion and democratic debate from the undue commercial influence and information distortions arising from the fossil fuels sector's playbook. Commercial influence. Good luck decoupling commercial influence in a bourgeois society. Like, it's just not how the world works. Sorry. It needs some type of revolutionary occurrence there to change the economic mode. That's the only way you're going to deal with that one outside of your wish list.
So in my report, I used the term defossilized knowledge and information systems. And this was really to show that we need to be very proactive in responding to the playbook, but also we need governments to create legislation around, of course, greenwashing, but also requiring all private actors to be transparent about any funding they may receive from fossil fuel companies. We have a human right to information. The information needs to be trustworthy, and it needs to allow all of us to understand whether our governments and whether companies are truly considering our human rights. Media, big tech, PR companies who may still be working with fossil fuel companies, they should be aware that you are essentially contributing to human rights harm and to the prevention of the protection of everyone's human rights in the context of the climate crisis.
Interesting. Interesting. There you go. So, like, who would have thought there's been a UN special report done that proves, according to the report, that proves that big corporations will pay scientists, armies of scientists, to discredit any theories or suggestions on how the world works that is contrary to their business interests. Obviously, specifically done through the scope of the climate change debate, but like, who would have thought they've come up with a report that identifies that, yes, corporations are putting their thumb on the scales and warping things, using their power, their monetary power, to warp a scientific discussion in their favor, buying them more time, I guess, maybe helping their industry survive altogether. Now, the question has to be then, if there is a conceited effort by large corporations to change public opinion on fossil fuels and like kind of the science behind the impact that that has on the environment and broadly across the planet, like how much of that how much bleeds into the Australian politics that we're seeing at the moment, which is a large discussion on this idea of net zero, and like whether or not we should be implementing any type of policy that encourages green technologies, the proliferation and the development of green technologies, and looking for alternatives in our energy infrastructure. Now, whether or not we should be kind of throwing under the bus existing industries or developing in tandem new technologies and subsidizing new industries that is able to offset, as we've talked about already, this idea of offsetting. In order to reach a target of neutrality, we should be offsetting the existing industries so we're not losing any of that access to the resources that we have. Like, should we just throw all of that out because we know that there are large corporations out there that are literally, they have a war chest for this type of propaganda, and like they derail any conversations about transitioning to different forms of energy technology? Should we be susceptible to that struggle? There is a capitalist class, and I'm not saying they're struggling against the working class directly here. But there is a capitalist class in the world, a transnational capitalist class. The capitalists get to be international. Why the fuck does the working class not get to be international these days? But that's a conversation for another time. There is an international capitalist class in the form of, these transnational corporations that live off, let's say, unrenewable energy sources, unsustainable energy sources. And they are deliberately weighing in and warping the conversation to not only just help them, but like just to kind of muddy the waters and confuse things. And like, what does that mean for all of us? Does that mean we can't make policy decisions that look to provide alternative technologies so we can detach ourselves from the tentacles of these transnational corporations? And like we, kind of find alternatives to that? Should we be so mercenary and so quick to jump off particular policy directions that look for alternatives because they have been, again, pressing their thumb on the scale because of their massive influence and their monetary power? Should we be backing out on that basis because it's become part of the culture wars, and either you believe in the science or you don't? Like, why does it have to be that so binary? Can't we just recognize what really goes on in a capitalistic economy, which is these guys use their incredible influence to feather their own nests? And like, it might not even need to be anything more than that. They're just trying to squeeze, like I said before, squeeze a little bit more of that toothpaste, whatever's left, out of the tube before they move on to something else to profit on. He said the land transnational. It's like trans-Tifa. Interesting. Trans-Tifa. Oh wait, I missed a few things in the chat there. Look at the current office space market post-COVID. Has tons of supply. The preference for tenants is those with better green ratings, as it's reduced cost to service and run, and energy companies build for long-term horizon. So constant changes in policy is what pushed for more gas about the fastest to build, as you can build it within an election term. It's almost like the report that came out that Is Not Rail was performing G against Palestine. We confirmed that thing that everyone knew was happening is happening. We can now say it with confidence. Does logging have an impact on the environment? There are reasons IKEA now imports timber from other countries, eh? So they don't have to put it on their books, right? Richer countries have exported the pain of dirty resource production stages. CO2 is an example of that, like others. Just shipping off our resources to China for them to make asbestos windmills, then ship them back to us so we can deforest to put them up, just to be replaced in 25 years. Forward thinking. He said the line, transnational. Some of this is cultural and hard to change. Wait, where did I read that? Yeah, cultural and hard to change. People want coals to cook on instead of gas, Hank Hill, or even electric. We don't understand money as by design by polys who are a front for the central banks. That's interesting. Like, I understand what you're talking about in that regard. I don't like the separation between the two. Or I grew up with blah, so why can't my kids? I grew up with a backyard. I want my kids to have one. Nah, me just pondering, nothing important. It used to be if gold built up a country could print more dollars. That belief has kept going with the debt-based economy, born into debt-based slavery in a system designed before anyone alive born. How can they confirm when all the reporters with a camera on the ground are valid terrorist targets? It is a consumer society with a debt-based economy. We have been educated to value banker debt, more than the planet. That's interesting. Interesting point there. All right. I am very skeptical of the current conversation that is coming out in Australian politics around the whole net zero thing. The delineation of the culture wars. Like, I find American society to be very polarized around culture wars issues. And like Australia is definitely subject to that type of polarization. Like, you either support net zero or you don't, and it's like a left versus right issue, as opposed to it potentially being like kind of part of like a class of people, a group of corporations that are influencing the discussion for their own interests so they continue to make profits. Like, does it really have to be a culture war thing? You know what I mean? Like, like you could have better culture war issues, like, you know, when people fight over, you know, bodily autonomy, whether you should force people to have vaccines or not, or whether you can stop women from having abortions if they choose. Like, those things make way more sense in the culture wars than something like net zero. Especially in light of the fact that we know that, like, it's obvious now that we've had a special report done by the UN to say it, but like, you know, when it's so obvious that corporations out there will use their influence, their monetary power to do things that benefit them and then sway public opinion and policies that suit them and their interests. And we just get played like a fiddle. Like the companies here that like benefit off our coal and our gas give a shit about whether it's good for the Australian economy or not, like the net zero policy, or they're just worried that net zero will have implications on them and their longevity in the country. I don't think they give a shit about the Australian economy at all, as long as it benefits them. I haven't read a valid paper in a while, but do hear older gents in the office talking about the costs of going green far more than what I used to. Very interesting, isn't it? And it is a cost. Yeah. Even in this chat, it is a cost. It is a cost. But thus is innovation. And if like capitalism is failing to innovate, like in the sense that it's failing to revolutionize the technologies that it has disposal to, especially energy technologies. Like, energy is so important. Like, if you don't have energy, you can't run an industrial society. If we fail to innovate in capitalism, like, you really have to ask the question whether capitalism itself has stagnated and like it doesn't really have the ability to move to the next stage in like required to service itself, and it's like come to a dead end. Everything we believe has been manufactured, and we're being told what we should always have more money is now where there can't be any more debt issued into the system this far into the debt cycle. We would be drafted into another war, as it has been going on 2,000 years. Boom and bust is part of the planned cycle, and global warming is the biggest bust of all. Hey, we all love great busts, but not ready for that one. But people used to talk about costs, not to change. It's just, but I don't wanna. It'll take effort. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Like, it will take effort and it will take investment. And like in an advanced capitalistic economy, like, you have to have planning. You can't just have kind of the cycle of the 4-year cycle of liberal democratic government. You have to have a planned economy. That's why the Chinese are fucking killing it in the modern era. It's because a transition to new energy technologies is a big ask, and the market won't do that by itself. It requires planning. It requires planning, which is beyond just the next financial year's profit margins and the next election cycle. It needs planning in order to survive. I wonder if they see it like that, though. LARP Jeff? commenting midstream. Eh? Well. Exxon owned scientists knew early on in the 70s the danger of fossil fuels would have, but decided to sit on it and claim the science is uncertain. Yeah, I think they touched on that earlier on. Half of the carbon ever emitted by humans has been in the last 30 years, and we all want to talk about is the economy. But you get reimbursed by your ESG score and are given favorable investment by the big fund out there. It's all about incentives and subsidies. Scientists over time have also advised peak oil has passed. And we are running out of reserves. But enhanced science has extended the value of oil fields. Yes. Yeah, like look at fracking, for example. Unleashed heaps of things that they thought they couldn't get their hands on. And the science has changed over time. It's an interesting point. Lap Jeff, imagine science being a passion and working for one of these corporations, helping them hide the science. Yeah, it just shows you like people are desperate and scientists want to be able to do stuff. Maybe they can justify it as in, look, they'll get research funding from this avenue and then they can use it to fund something else. Like you never know. But in a system where they're not supported generally, just to do science, like just go and do some science, you know, like they need to get access to the funds in order to do that. They must, like everyone, you sell out in this system. You sell out, you sell your labor power, and you do stuff with your labor power that is potentially questionable or goes beyond your principles or your motivations in order to do other stuff, to free you up to do other things. We use oil, people. We use oil. People are killed over our economy. People are killed over oil, that's for sure. It can't. There is nothing to replace oil. Science says the Big Bang is just a theory, can have more than one theory come out of science, but you still have more likely outcomes or ones that hold up to the to a scientific process for longer. Fracking saved USA, but it's now running out. Hence Venezuela. I don't know, man. They've got a lot of oil reserves in the US. I don't think they need fucking Venezuela at all. But it is extra dosh. Yeah, you're right. Latte sipping science nerds. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, those bastards, they just need funding. Hey, they're just doing it for the cash. No, but like, you know, it helps liberate them. If they take money somewhere, maybe they can work on other stuff that they actually want to work on. I don't know. I'm just trying to justify why they would sell out, as you're saying. Like, how can they justify doing that, as you said? Like, helping hide science they know is wrong. They must be they must just be like, fuck it, I need the money so I can do other research or something. I don't know. Or maybe they're just completely opportunistic. You're right. Latte sipping science nerds. More efficient diesel engines too. Look at how quiet planes are now. Yeah, interesting. Almost like humans can engineer ourselves out of anything, given the right resources. Like, it's funny that you keep saying that because that's what people are trying to do at the moment, right? They're trying to engineer themselves into a transition to new energy sources and reliance on different energy sources. It's funny. It's funny. Humans will find an engineering solution. Elon will save America. Just have to believe and offer up to 10% surety. They don't need Venezuela oil. They just don't want Russia and China having it. There you go. Scientists will free the cow from the burger. Remember, scientists explore science, not engineer. ... problems. Interesting. All right, that's enough on this topic. Let's do this. Yeah, let's change gears now and get on to another topic, shall we? Jerry Poppins Trump 2028, baby. Where's that coming from? Seriously. Where does that one come from? All right, so we're going to move over to this because I just thought this might be interesting. I don't have any high hopes for this, whether you like him or you don't. that's completely up to you. But we're going to watch a piece where Hasan, recently in China, I believe, has been interviewed by Chinese state media. I'm pretty sure it's Chinese state media. US mega influencer, Hasan Piker, who has a combined 4.5 million followers across Twitch and YouTube, visited China for the first time and sat down with me in Beijing to talk about his long-awaited China trip. So, yeah, I would kind of like to know how China has, like, what it gets out of this PR exercise. Like, I know, yeah, Hasan seems to be a very, very important figure for, I guess, leftists, I guess you would say. Maybe liberals too. Small L liberals, that is. And so it'd be interesting to see what China makes of him, right? As a country that is socialist, that produces socialism, or is socialistic with Chinese characteristics. What do they think of, douchebag American streamer, who has all these pie-in-the-sky theoretical notions, and we're putting it into practice? What do they think of him? Is he a good PR exercise for them, or is she going to crush him and ask the hard questions? Who knows? Who knows? It's pronounced MAGA influencer. Oh, sorry. Interesting. I don't know if is that what's written there? Interesting. Mega influencer, MAGA influencer. Very good. Very good. I like that. That's funny. China. Say the thing. Russia is a gas giant and China was never going to invade then. Cheap oil removes Western hegemony. So we might see cheap oil while demand increases, as we are seeing now. This is the part where I tune out. Hasan has the most punchable face in all the culture wars. Yeah, but like, it's China interviewing. I know what you're saying. Like, I would like to see how Chinese media goes after him, or if they're just going to be like jerk circling him kind of thing. Hey, she's giving him the old jerk circle. Let's find out, shall we? Let's see what they have to say. LOL, who said that? You know who said that. It was Jerry Poppins. It was Jerry Poppins. You two can go and jerk circle for a little bit while Hasan Piker is talking to Chinese state media. All right, let's do this.
In general, you always say like China. Very positive things about China. And then there are people calling you, maybe saying you're a CCP paying you to do this. You're a CCP agent to talk good things about China. So let me ask you, why you talk positive about China so much in your live streams?
Because I think that uplifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty is an incredibly impressive feat. Being able to develop this country in the aftermath of colonial extraction, World War II, infighting, and civil war, and to become a competitive force that is slated to overtake America in a multipolar world is very impressive. And I think we should learn from that in the United States of America. We should look to that and learn some lessons from that. And that's the reason why I always try to use China as an alternative, as an example, because I also want high-speed rail in America. I want high-speed rail in America. I want Americans to not have to fear about where their next meal is coming from, or potentially taking on medical bankruptcy, which is an insane concept to begin with and doesn't even exist in other OECD nations anyway. What I'm saying is I want Americans to wake up, and I think China is a decent example to showcase.
Hasan Piker, also known as Hasan Abi, is a prominent Twitch streamer offering political commentary and media analysis. As a content creator, influencer, and political commentator, he speaks to young Americans like mainstream media could only dream of. His unique take on current affairs has helped him amass a combined 4.5 million followers on Twitch and YouTube. A recurrent topic of conversation on his platforms is China, from analyzing China's governance and development to the international bloggers' travel boom the country is experiencing. He shares dimensions of the greater China story that Western audiences rarely get to hear about.
How does this one fall?
Oh. Yeah.
They're on a different planet out here, brother.
Yo, it's got that classic Huawei vision.
Yeah, it's got a little filter on there.
We're like cavemen discovering fire for the first time.
Chinese
that's what
filter,
it
yeah.
feels like to be in China after being in America for so long.
No problem, chat.
Oh, no way!
It's a small one.
And it's the first version of
It's
it.
the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, that's the Little Red Book.
It is basically.
The Little Red Book?
The Little Red Book. It's the Red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is incredible.
Hi, Hasan Packer. Such a surprise to see you in Beijing.
Surprised that he chose to buttsuck in English. Thought he would have butchered some Mandarin for a special occasion. China doesn't have medical debt. China used the same amount of coal in the last 20 years as USA has used in the last 100 and currently uses more than the world put together. So like that's a good thing from your perspective though, isn't it, Anton? Like, or Anthony JH1234. Like you like coal, right? And you want Australia to export its coal to China, I'm assuming.
Wow.
It was inevitable. It was bound to happen.
I know Beijing's your first stop in your whole travel plan in China. It's too early to ask, I know, but I'm just wondering what's your expectations for your China trip? And it's probably just been 2 days for you to arrive China. How's your experience so far?
It's been amazing. I haven't slept at all, but you know, I'm just carrying myself because I'm so excited. So it's been a remarkable experience thus far. But I was always very excited to come to China, so this has been a dream come true for me.
What do you want to experience the most, or what do you want to try the most?
The food.
Not if you value the planet. No way. So I'm confused. Like you do want China to tear through coal faster than the Americans have in the last 100 years. And you want that to be fueled by Australia, right? But if you value the planet, then no way. Don't let China tear through. Because I'm confused with your position on all of this. Because you've been talking about how fossil fuel products and the extensive range of things that it provides in modern society needs to be saved, right? So I'm assuming that means you support then China's use of, like, as you've described, like coal, right? No, just stating a fact. What? So like coal consumption on the rate that China has been doing over the last 20 years is a problem for the planet. Is that what you're saying? Don't be scared of coal. Yeah, thanks, Squid. I played your video before. I don't know if you were there. If you value the planet, you don't. When did I say saved? Okay. I'm really confused by your position on this one. You have seemed to have been advocating the whole time for the validity and the continuation of the use of fossil fuels, I'm assuming, and all of the various products that are associated with it. But now you're saying that China does churn through too much coal, and that's bad for the planet. But remember, coal isn't scared of you. Yeah, we played ScoMo doing his thing. If you could just clarify for me, that'd be good. China needs huge amount of power. So yes, has coal, but actually pretty diverse in what it's building: hydro, coal, nuclear, etc. Yeah. Can't add energy to a system and it not mean something. So I'm explaining the problem. So no, just stating the issue. Okay. Just more. Yeah, they've diversified. Something that we've spoken about here.
I want to see all the big tier 1 cities, but most importantly, I am super stoked that I'm going to get on a high-speed train tomorrow to go to Shanghai. So that's what I'm mostly looking forward to. That's what I've been most excited about.
Why? Why are you looking forward to visit China?
Well, part of it is because I talk about China quite a bit as far as like lessons to learn and what America could adopt and emulate, and seeing it in real time, I think is a lot different. I also wanted to show my audience and the Western world in general that there are a lot of rumors about China. There's a lot of misunderstandings and also just outright lies, and that it's just another normal country, just like every other country is. And I know that, but one, experiencing it for myself is good, and seeing it for myself is good, and then two, showing it to other people as well, I think will be a good opportunity.
As someone, as journalist who travel to different countries and talk to local people, I noticed there's a huge gap. Like, there are a lot of misconceptions from the West in general about Chinese people. I think I really appreciate your effort trying to help a lot of people to see, hey, they're also just normal people. There are things going on that the news are not reporting. But I'm just wondering, in general, from your observation, what are the common misconceptions that say, people in the United States have about China?
Where do I begin? I mean, if we're going to talk about the government, there is a tremendous amount of misinformation. Oftentimes, one of the things that I think our press does to our adversaries, which is really strange, especially when we consider China being such a significant trade partner to America. 30% of manufacturing is coming from here. Nonetheless, the State Department officially designates it as like a competitor or foreign adversary. We will look to things that every other country does, our allies do, for example, and we will assume that it's like somehow sinister or totally different or totally exaggerated when it's coming out of China. One example I always think about is like there was a new museum, I think it might have been the Revolutionary Museum that was launched in China. And there was a New York Times article. It was like, China greatly whitewashes its own history in its museum. And it's like, first of all, every museum is going to show the best parts of that about their history. It's totally normal. We do that in America as well. So there's that. And then there's just like outright misinformation. And I think for a lot of people, or for a lot of the press in general, they're just not very intellectually curious about what is actually going on here. I see this in my own experience. Like, there are a lot of analysts I talk to, very smart people, very well-educated people, but when it comes down to it, when they want to analyze China, they have this horse blinder on, where they just think, why are they doing these sorts of things? Oh, China's about to collapse any day now. And one of the best examples I love to use is the ghost cities. Development style here is very different than places like America or liberal capitalist nations, and they build housing with a long-term plan in mind. And it's been incredibly successful. But at the time when the housing units were being constructed, Western analysts looked at that and said, oh, this is not for people to live in. They're just doing it because this is a speculative bubble and it's going to collapse at any moment. And now you look at those ghost cities, and 10 years in the future, from when those articles used to come out from the New York Times and many other places, these are cities with tens of millions, sometimes 20 million people living in them. I never want to have that kind of I never want to stunt my own analysis in that way. And I feel like a lot of people do that, partially because they want to cope, and partially because it's just all they've known, and they've just never really been interested in understanding that there are different ways of governance out there beyond.
Look, it's a fair point. I think there's a lot of people that just misunderstand how, like, China's economics works. And like it is a planned economy. So like the rules of bourgeois economics, it's just not going to work with China. Like, so many people, you get so much of that stuff. If you come across information on China, because your algorithm has now been trained to do that, you get so much of that stuff about like China's going to collapse tomorrow kind of thing, or China is already collapsing, watch out, like kind of thing. And like that comes up like every single couple of months. You have a new batch of that stuff that's coming out, and like I think some of it is legitimate. Like, I think these people, these bourgeois economists and stuff like that are like looking at China and applying rules of like the free market, or even like a neoliberal style analysis of what China does. They just look at it and they're just like, fuck, this does not work with the way that we view the world. And like building cities that have no one in them, or investing in stuff like before the demand is there. Like, what? This is crazy. Like, and they just don't understand how the economy varies. And so like, if you try to get, as the Marxists would say, vulgar economists to kind of analyze what China is doing, it's not going to add up. It's not going to meet the models that these economists are using, and it won't and it'll look like it's a sign of the end times, when really this is an economy that just works quite differently. It plans for things and has different metrics, different targets. They even have different people in governance. Like they have a large proportion of people that have engineering backgrounds, that are in positions that make that make decisions, and like have quotas and like targets to meet, as opposed to just being a politician who is elected as a representative because they have their own vision of what they want to achieve, because it might help their political interests. It's a very different style of governance and economics. And I do think it is kind of a failure of Western economists to constantly being like trying to analyze what China does using their own like systems of analysis. It's nonsensical sometimes. And that's why they keep on coming up with this bullshit stuff where it's just like, oh, they've got to be on the brink of collapse. They're building cities that have no people in them. Or like their financial system keeps investing in like these sectors of the economy, and they haven't turned a profit yet. Or like, how long can this go on for? Like, can they really manage this? Like in like the West, that might not work, but it's obviously a different system. And like, it's really surprising that they haven't put 2 and 2 together yet, when looking at this stuff. Well, the terrorists in the house, they ain't as bad as other countries. Yeah. It's interesting. The job of government is to input as much debt as they can, while we call ourselves richer by holding more of it. China government has no bad debt, but semi-government businesses are heavily in debt. But no collapse, as it just doesn't run in the capitalist models. Interesting. All right, back to everybody's favorite person, apparently, Hasan.
What we see in the Western world.
So this is your first time in China. I watched some of your videos analyzing China, and I would say most of your videos talking about China are pretty good. As someone who had never been to China before, how did you manage to understand what's really going on in China?
I grew up in Turkey, so I think I have a different attitude about different modes of governance in general. And I also grew up in that region, so I have an understanding of like what America likes to do to its adversaries or countries that it declares enemies of the state. And therefore, I was already skeptical about State Department narratives in general. I don't know, I just did some reading. and I think that the Chinese development especially has been so undeniable that as long as you're even a little bit interested and don't just read Foreign Policy magazine analysts, you can very quickly realize that no, like this is not the backward state that people have presented as. And I think more and more people are also coming to that conclusion as well, because in the age of the internet, especially with like how accessible China is, it's fairly difficult for people in the West to maintain this position that this is a scary country, almost like a hermit kingdom, right? And that's just not the case. There's a lot of businessmen that come in and out of this country. Surely there are cultural differences, there's differences of governance, but ultimately it's just like, it's a fully developed nation state that is constantly in touch with the rest of the world. And maybe even in some ways, in more meaningful ways than the American government is in touch with the rest of the world.
I think I wanted to talk more like your career, because I think your career is very unique. Because you live stream on Twitch, a gaming platform, but talking about politics, and you gained millions of followers, and from the young generations in the United States. Actually, at least from my experience, people who told me they are your fans, they're not just from the United States, they're from like everywhere. So, I mean, what motivated you to talk politics on Twitch and live streaming hours every day? Is a really exhausting job. So.
Yeah, it's not the best medium for sure. I played video games, and I was already at the Young Turks, another news network, and I wanted to get better off the cuff, because at the time when I was at the Young Turks, I would write all my scripts. And I just basically thought, I already play video games. This is an environment and an audience that is very diverse in their opinions, but unfortunately all of the commentary side of it was very right-wing, like incredibly right-wing. And I thought that the gaming space deserved better political voices, and I was already invested in it. So I just strapped on a camera to my PlayStation while I was playing Fortnite and just started talking about politics with a bunch of my other friends who were also journalists and activists themselves, talking about the exact same issues that I'm talking about today. And slowly but surely it evolved from there. But that was my starting point.
I see you're often, I mean, people from different groups attack you, put like.
How can the rest of corporate America get those sweet Chinese dollars? Oh, and since the Iron Age, which is when coins are supposed to have really started, so since money began for the common person, I wonder how they will go the next 80 years as they lose half their population due to demographics. 600 million gone is a lot of demand gone. It's an interesting point, actually, because like we were looking at the next 5-year plan to bring them to the year 2030, and they did speak quite a bit about this idea that they want to have a demand-based economy, or be able to decouple from the world at large if possible, and not rely on demand for Chinese consumer goods from outside another country. So if other countries cut them off and put sanctions on them, let's say like what the US does, or hit them up with tariffs, they won't like crumble under the weight of those tariff restrictions. And so like their 5-year plan is to get the Chinese consumer base to beef it up and like increase its purchasing power so they can rely on internal consumer demand. But like as you said, they've got a demographic issue that much of the industrialized and advanced world has got. Countries like Japan, Germany, South Korea, China, Russia even. These are countries that have significant populations, and they've got impending doom when it comes to demographic issues. Like, what are they going to do when they lose a lot of that demand? It's a really good question. But like if they are socialist, as they say, like socialist with Chinese characteristics, they'll have a plan for that where the Western countries won't, or the ones that use Western liberal kind of economics won't, like Germany, Japan, South Korea and stuff like that. They'll just leave it to the market to decide. But the Chinese would be planning for this. If there's nothing else that you can take away from a piece of propaganda like this from the Chinese state using Hasan Piker, like they'd be planning for this. Like if they really do believe that they have a demographic shift coming up that's going to be detrimental to their mode of economy, they will be planning and making sure that like the gaps in the economy where workers used to be and consumers used to be will be plugged by the way that they plan and they govern. Like you can't say now, after the decades watching China advance with a plan, just to be like, oh, well, all of a sudden they're just going to hit with demographic issues and they're not going to be planning for that. I don't see that. I like how the interviewer says she hasn't been to China while sounding exactly like a Chinese propagandist would talk. Wait, what? She's saying she hasn't been to... She didn't say that. Like, she's saying that he hasn't been to China? Like, she obviously... Like, you mean he. Like, he hasn't been to China, right? LOL, he scripted this out. He almost said the same thing word for word on trigonometry today. Oh, sorry, he. Right, okay. You're saying we have to stop... Wait, slow down. I've missed something here. The world had a 400% growth rate the last 80 years, and is 10% of that the next 80. And most of that Africa. You're saying we have to stop the Africans? Big extreme. You had my curiosity, now you have my interest. No. How does one get that? Interesting. All right. Back to it.
different labels on you, attacking you. I think on our way here, I was seeing someone on Twitter calling you a liberal, and someone call you a spy. Someone call you, people even from the leftist, socialists also criticize you. So I mean, how do you identify yourself? What would you prefer to call yourself? And how do you see this attack from different groups?
Well, I say I'm a leftist because I think looking at the material conditions and lack of class consciousness in America, I feel like leftist is the broad categorization because a lot of people who might have socialist tendencies don't even realize it because like the mass political movement in the country is liberalism. So most people self-identify as liberals, even if they do actually think, if you ask them directly, like, do you think you should have more autonomy in your workplace? They would say, yeah, of course, I like that. Do you think that the government should create a base level of material equality for all workers unconditionally? They say, yeah, I love that. That sounds like a great idea. So that ranges everywhere from even in a country like America.
Oh, you said she. You thought she said she hadn't. Well, like they're interviewing in Beijing at the moment. I think she said that at the start. So, yeah, she's definitely been to China, I would say.
With the capital of social democracy all the way to Marxist Leninism. And so I just say leftist. Everywhere from even in a country like America with the capital of social democracy all the way to Marxist Leninism. And so I just say leftist. But yeah, it's not a secret, I'm a socialist. And as far as people on the right attacking me, that's a given. Liberals sometimes criticizing me, that's also a given. In most circumstances, they refuse to identify the same exact problems, and they think I'm being antagonistic to the left flank position in the country, which is the Liberal Democratic Party. And as far as the broader leftist movement goes, which is fairly tiny in the United States of America, that's also a given. Leftists always fight with one another. Socialists have historically always identified marginal
Leftists infighting? What the fuck? No way.
Or ideological differences and have made that a massively consequential problem, even at moments when we have no power whatsoever.
Have those labels, attacks ever bother you? Because from my experiences, when I decided to go on social networks and talk about what I saw in China, and I saw huge amount of attacks and racist comments and maybe from everyone. So it bothered me for a really long time until one day I realized what I want to do is tell the stories I saw, and I shouldn't be. You won't shut me up. So I went through this transition of mental struggles. But you are much more influential. I would consider you're a really influential influencer. You see even bigger amount of attacks from everyone. So have you ever been through those same mental struggles?
Yeah, for sure. I think in the beginning, I always couldn't understand it. I was confused. Like people would be like, "Oh, you're this or you're that," when it was very clear that I didn't believe the things that people were saying. But at this stage in my career, I understand that it just comes with the territory. A lot of people would rather attack the false characterization of someone rather than the actual argument that they're presenting. In an effort to make it much easier to strawman someone. It is what it is. I think truth usually does end up prevailing in the long run. So I just stay the course. I'm a very stubborn person. And I think that is my secret sauce, if you will, where I just continuously hammer on the same issues that I care about. And eventually people will find their way to arriving at those conclusions. And I've seen that throughout my career, whether it be on Israel-Palestine or even whether it be on liberals in America getting very frustrated with their lack of options within the Democratic Party, experiencing failure after failure. They inevitably come to the same conclusions that I've been yelling about.
Maybe now we're going to speak more about China and the interpretations of China. Maybe we're going to get to that. Less about Hasan. Her haters attack, young American struggles, China relations. Did China pay Hasan to do this? Interesting. Where are we at? 1441. Interesting. I'm just gonna skip unless anyone has some objections. I want to hear them talk about China.
How do you see the China-US relations right now? And do you think we will eventually at a war? And how can we make people from those two countries understand each other better?
Dialogue is good. And I think the more Americans realize that their conditions are not as great and that their leaders are lying to them about how it's currently the greatest country on the planet. I mean, it is the wealthiest country on the planet, and yet there is nothing to show for it for the average everyday working class person. And the more they recognize that and the more they look to other countries and communicate with the people from other countries directly without any sort of media filtering, the more they realize that like everyone is the same. They want a roof over their head, they want a hot meal, they want clothes to put on their back, they want a better future for their children, they want upward social mobility, they just want an easy life. And they want a meaningful place on this planet. They want a good job. And that's the same whether you live in China or you live in the United States of America. And we have a lot more similarities and a lot more closeness with one another than we have differences. So dialogue, I think, is one of the best ways to do it. But like I said, as conditions worsen in America and people look to other countries, even in China, and they realize that maybe they weren't right about the way they perceive, everyday Chinese existence, the more they will think that they were lied to, hopefully yearn for something more from their own governments.
I saw China has been one of the very
Growth has effectively stopped. This reindustrialization theme that is going around needs customers. So who will they be? Like, do you mean in the US? Like this reindustrialization theme that's going on? It needs customers. So who will they be? Because like if that's what you're talking about, like, fair enough. I think there's a big argument for if they're going to reindustrialize, like onshore their industry again, they're going to spend all the time doing that. Like, who's going to be buying all of this stuff? And growth has come to a bit of a... Well, back phone overheated and needed to shut down. Fuck it hot out today. Yeah. Like, I can't sit in this room and stream anymore now to the summer months without having to turn the air conditioner on. And like, I'm struggling with the energy crisis that but like, if I don't have the air conditioner on, my laptop just fucking dies. It overheats. And like, I can't stream. It's crazy. It's going to be a hard one. Good luck out there. 23 countries losing half their populations and 400% world growth, but 10% of that, the next 80. Well, like if you're talking about like that coming from like Africa. Yeah, I was sweating yesterday. My PC was heating up the room. It's crazy, is it? Like my PC, my lappy anyway is struggling already, and I'm trying to pump it. Like I've got a fan on it, and I've turned the aircon on just to stop it so I can stream. Counteract. Look, China is investing heavily in the country that you're speaking about, or the continent that's going to experience significant growth and the areas of the world, the regions of the world, like so the Southeast Asia and Africa. And so like they're setting themselves up to be American 2.0 for the next 50 years at this point. And they're just what they're transitioning towards as well, which I think is strange given that they're Marxist Leninists or they're socialists with Chinese characteristics. They're trying to transition to a finance-based economy, which is what the Americans have. They've got high-tech capitalists, high-tech industry, so higher end production value and finance. They finance the world kind of thing. And like they understand the power comes in finance when it comes to world trade. But like finance also comes with imperialism as well. So like if you want to go around financing everyone, you have to kind of control them. So I'm surprised that China's going down that road and they want to just kind of deindustrialize from the lower value added chain part of the economy, and they'll let other countries do that because the value production is there. That's where like the workers are. That's where the surplus value is derived from. That's where the basis for profit comes from. So they're going to fall into an American trap if they start offshoring all of their manufacturing to other countries, but they're definitely planning for that. Like they're investing in Africa and Asia heavily, and Central Asia too, which is interesting. Belt and Road all the way. China will supply them and Russia the energy. Interesting. I'm not sure if people want an easy life. Yeah, it was interesting that he said that. I'd say a happy and rewarding life, but I can see how a dirty commie would use the term easy. So good. Yeah, it was interesting. An easy life. I think people want a comfortable existence. Like they don't want to have to struggle just to survive. But like, there are a lot of fucking lazy pricks out there who just would love to have it easy.
Frequent topics in your videos, in your live streams, like you.
All money is debt-based. This is your catchphrase, Anton. All money is debt-based. Less people means less debt in society. Money is supposed to flow through society. And the resting place of debt is zero. They want the next round of customers. Mine just needs more RAM so it doesn't work so hard. Other than that, the whole case is water and fan cooled. It's just 16 gigabyte. DDR4 RAM, where I probably need to have a 32 gig DDR4 if I want to game and stream at the same time. It struggles just to watch videos and stream at the moment. I think mine is an overheating problem. But like, yeah, because when I do make sure the room is like cool before I stream, especially now we're coming into summer, I think it works okay. Yeah. Like it gets all laggy when it overheats.
Analyze the governance of China, China's development, but in general, you always say like China, very positive things about China. And then there are people calling you, maybe saying you're a CCP, paying you to do this. You're a CCP agent.
Many anti-China forces deliberately use the term CCP instead of the Communist Party of China, CPC, in an attempt to push their own narrative. Interesting.
To talk good things about China. So let me ask you, why you talk positive about China so much in your live streams?
Because I think that uplifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty is an incredibly impressive feat. Being able to develop this country in the aftermath of colonial extraction, World War II, infighting, and civil war, and to become a competitive force that is slated to overtake America as in a multipolar world is very impressive. And
It's like people always say this one about like China is slated to take over America. Like what metrics do you reckon they're using on this one? Like if you just look at industrialization, like you could really just argue that the Chinese have already taken over America. Like are they just using that, you know, the famed GDP argument that nobody even buys? I'm pretty sure when we've talked about GDP in this stream before, like everybody, doesn't matter where you sit in the culture wars, you know, everyone's just like, yeah, GDP sucks. It doesn't measure anything of value. Sorry, of substance. Anyway. And so like slated to take over America. Hasn't it happened already? I don't know if I want to ask my research assistant that. I'll get a jaded answer.
I think we should learn from that in the United States of America. We should look to that and learn some lessons from that so that we can at least try and incorporate some of those lessons. And that's the reason why I always try to use China as an alternative, as an example, because I also want high-speed rail in America. I want high-speed rail in America. I want Americans to not have to fear about where their next meal is coming from, or potentially taking on medical bankruptcy, which is an insane concept to begin with and doesn't even exist in other OECD nations anyway. What I'm saying is I want Americans to wake up. And I think China is a decent example to showcase. Even though there is a tremendous amount of propaganda, ultimately, the results are there. And it's very difficult to argue against said results.
So the CCP didn't pay you to say all these things?
No, but it doesn't matter. I mean, people will say it regardless.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, I'm pretty straightforward. Like I criticize the Chinese government as well, just like I criticize the American government when it's like worthy of criticism. It's just that I think we have to be honest. And the problem is a lot of people would rather be dishonest and heighten negative aspects of foreign countries while simultaneously totally understanding why certain things happen in their country. So it is what it is. But they're just not used to someone being like, no, I don't think this is as consequential as you think it is. They just immediately assume like it's very black and white. There's no nuance. There's no nuanced thinking. If you don't automatically present China as a foreign adversary, they go, oh, that's crazy. I've never heard that before. But instead of being like a little bit curious about why I'm saying that, they automatically just shut it off.
Today is your third day in Beijing? Second day in Beijing.
Yeah.
The first thing you did was go to the flag raising ceremony in Tiananmen Square. How was your feeling?
It was interesting. I mean, it's not for me personally. I'm not a very patriotic person in general. But what I found fascinating is that people from all around this massive country were traveling, sometimes for an entire day. I talked to an elderly woman there who said that she traveled for a whole day to come to the flag raising ceremony, something that happens every day in Tiananmen Square, and yet it was packed. And I find that fascinating, and I think it's because, especially for older Chinese people, I think they just have a lot of pride because, you know, they have seen this country dramatically change over the past couple of decades, and that gives them a sense of pride. And I wish we had something to be more proud about as well in the United States of America, rather than like the fake pride that people try to create around endless militarism.
I totally agree with what you said, especially for the older generations.
Yeah.
Because I traveled to many rural regions in China to do stories about like the poverty alleviation, how they changed the villages. And I found the most patriotic Chinese people are in those regions, not necessarily in big cities. The people who are already pretty rich, people who already pretty you already have everything, but they always complain about many things. But if you go to, say, Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Tibet, all those southwest China who used to be so poor, everyone I talk to, they are so patriotic. They wear the CPC badge voluntarily just because they feel like happy. I think just like you said, when you ask them like why you love the party so much, or why you feel so proud, so emotional, they say, well, I had no home in the back in the days, or one person from an ethnic minority living in Yunnan, this auntie said, I used to run from wars, run from China to Myanmar, Myanmar back to China. I had no nationality. I was running, hiding in caves, but now I have a nationality as a Chinese living here. So like, of course, telling us like young people, don't complain about anything because we used to have nothing. So exactly like you said, those people at the Tiananmen Square watching the flag raising ceremony, I guess, just like you described, they saw the most dramatic changes in their life. So they're emotional. I was very emotional every time I go to the flag raising ceremony.
Yeah.
So,
What would be your solution, Anton? There's a little interview going on in the comments section at the moment. Are you trying to figure out where Anton sits? I was trying to figure out as well, but we couldn't get some traction on that one. Let us know what you find, dilemmas. What would be your solution, Anton? I'd like to know some solutions to problems you've outlined. You're basically saying everything we all agree with here. There is truth first and then less consumption. This is not good for banks who have inputted the debt we call money. The resting place of debt is zero. We can't get cheaper prices by adding more. But still good for discussion, so we're on the same page. We should learn to ask for less, or should the government take less while they have the monopoly on violence? Yeah, I wonder what your politics is. I would like to know more.
Like I said, it was an interesting experience for me. It's interesting to see that, because that's not something that you can force people to do. You know what I mean? It's virtually impossible for I think a lot of Americans to comprehend. And I'm sure there are plenty of Americans who feel a sense of patriotism when they see, you know, F-35s flying over a football field before a game. But like I said, what that represents is not a material improvement in their lives. Whereas I feel like for the average Chinese person, especially from an older generation, they have seen that material improvement in their lives, a dramatic improvement in their lives. So they have this this sense of pride, which I found interesting to observe right there in person.
What's your travel plan in China? Besides the cities you're visiting, do you have anything that you want to do on your travel list?
Yeah, high-speed rail. But aside from that, I want to see these major cities. I want to see all of these cities that are, I mean, they're all over TikTok, especially nowadays. Like I think the younger generation in America is like a lot more open-minded to coming to China and seeing it for themselves. But I see the current status of China around the world as like maybe Japan in the 90s, where it was at its peak, right? It was actually lapping America in technological developments. And I wanted to see it for myself before it's established as the norm, pretty much.
And what's your goal for this long-awaited China trip?
It's basically to experience it for myself and to show that there are, you know, normal people here that are living their lives just like Americans are. And they have fun, they like to drink, they like to party, and that we're not all that different from one another. And it's not this like scary dystopian country in the way that like a lot of Americans think.
Are you gonna live stream every day when you're in China?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have been already.
Outdoor? Indoor and outdoor?
Indoor and outdoors, yeah. So I do my regular American political commentary, and then I go and experience something in the morning, usually around that time frame. Like tomorrow, we're going to be going to the Forbidden
City.
Yeah, we're going to the Forbidden Cities.
All right, that's it. It was less China propaganda than I thought it was going to be. I was hoping they were going to uncover. She was going to uncover some truths for us about Chinese governance, but it was kind of just a bit of promo for both of them. Not a regular for this channel, but I respect Hasan, and I'm glad he actually went out there. I took several large trips around the whole country a decade ago, just in a middle-aged British guy alone, and I loved the place and the people. I treasure the memories and love to go back, but I'm 70 now, and the long-haul flights worry me. Interesting. Learning about China is always fascinating. It's always felt like this whole new world that's been hidden from the rest of us. Most of what we know comes from Western historians and politicians, so it's nice to hear other perspectives. Interesting. Interesting. All right. We are changing gears again, and significantly this time. Let me just say. We're going back to look at a phenomenon that we had looked at previously in regards to what was going on with the ICE agents and why they might potentially be unleashing the fury on in America at the moment. And like a lot of the speculation has been around the ICE raids, kind of part of the culture wars, and like Americans are just sick of, you know, migrants, and so like, let's get rid of the migrants kind of thing. And it's either you're pro-migration or you're anti-migration, and like if you're anti-migration, then they should all be rounded up and thrown in detention centers or deported. And so like kind of we looked at this piece from this channel, which I highly recommend if you're interested in learning about American agriculture from the inside. I am interested in it from the perspective that the agricultural sector is a large part of any economy that wants to be able to have, you know, food security, I would say. And so, you know, the American agricultural sector is no exception there. It's actually a very important piece of the global economy as well. And so like understanding how what the social relations are inside the agricultural sector, like how the people that own the means of production in the agricultural sector, so the agriculturalists who control the means of production and control the land, control the businesses in the agricultural sector, how they treat their laboring forces. And we watched a piece by this Farm to Tabor, who is this female farmer in the States who talks about problems in the industry and like phenomenon in the industry, the agricultural sector. And she put it on the table for all of us, from her farm to our table, that it was part of the control of American workers, or an underclass of American workers, that was behind the material reason anyway for the ICE raids, because the American agricultural sector has had a problem with migrant laborers who come in and act like wage laborers. They shop around and go to farms at their leisure. And okay, if you're going to come here illegally and be a cheap laborer, then like, how annoying is that you have cheap laborers, but you can't get access to them because they believe that they work in some type of free market scenario and they can go wherever they choose. And part of the clampdown on American laborers, well, like this underclass of laborers, these undocumented types, has been to force them potentially into the H-2A visa program that is set up for official migrant labor into the agricultural sector. Because when they go through the H-2A process, the official channel, they're actually stuck on a farm and they can't just go wherever they want to. So this large ICE raids issue, and like controlling migration, while it's good optics for the culture wars, has really been about, or the underlying and material cause for it has been about controlling migrant labor in the agricultural sector and getting people onto H-2A visas, because that's how you control the underclass. If there's still going to be an underclass, it's just that they are going to be now stuck in certain and attached to certain businesses, as opposed to being free wage laborers that are able to pick their employer if they don't like the conditions. And so we had a look at this piece, I don't know, a month or two ago now, and it was really interesting because it gives you another perspective on why America is going through this process of kind of clamping down on migration. And it really is a class war issue, like in terms of controlling migrant labor, but specifically for the agricultural sector. Like, you know, it serves a culture war purpose because it gets everyone voting conservative, because everybody wants somebody to kind of poke a stick at and blame for the current shit situation in the capitalist world, which is cost of living crisis. So it must be these guys that are coming in and taking my jobs, and like, you know, putting pressure on the economy. It must be them. It could never be the system itself. That's just way too complicated. It's much easier to point at them. So the culture war function is great. It gives people a significant like other, an evil other to like point at and say you're the problem. But like it serves a real material factor in the class war as helping control farm labor, like agricultural sector labor. And like the agricultural sector is huge in terms of its labor take in the United States. There are a lot of people employed in farm labor. So a significant portion of the American labor force like I said, at the agricultural sector. It is a class war issue. Now, supposedly RFK Jr., the head of health and human services, has suggested that Americans who have, you know, mental health issues and are requiring like rehab of some sort could be put to work on farms. And like, you know, that vibe of like going to work, you know, in the country somewhere, you know, roll your sleeves up, breathe in the fresh air, touching the dirt, like all of this sort of stuff would have a good impact on people that are trying to rehabilitate themselves and integrate better into society. And so like she's critiquing this idea. And again, this is a class-based issue. Like she's critiquing this from the standpoint that it's not always just about what you see here is what you get. Like, oh, RFK just wants to make sure that everyone has a nice place to go to rehab, and they're going to roll their sleeves up and do some hard work. There's some sinister backdrop to this, and there may be kind of another way of helping normalize kind of the slave labor tactics that are used in American agriculture. So we're going to have a quick look at this piece, and like, you know, we'll talk about it as we go. If you're watching this on TikTok, go and click on the link in the bio to YouTube, and then you can follow along and watch the video that we're watching as well. If you're interested, if you just want to listen to my voice, then, you know, keep doing what you're doing.
Hi, I'm a small farmer and I want to talk about a big new idea in American agriculture, and that is RFK Jr.'s rehab ranches. If you haven't heard about these, this is a bright new idea to take people who are struggling with mental health problems, addiction, and other issues, and send them to organic farms. You know, to work it out, work with their hands, smell the fresh air, connect with the earth, and heal. Now, believe it or not, this is not a new idea. In fact, I have worked on multiple farms where most of the crews were prisoners who were brought there to work because a lot of people believe that sending defective people to farms to work will fix them. You know, teach them valuable life and career skills. So
I didn't realize that was another thing as well. Like, I've always wondered when they talk about the prison industrial complex in the US, like exactly where they were sending people to do this labor. Are they sending them to, like, you know, work on the railroads or something like that, or build highways, or, like, you know, pick up trash? Like, what are people doing when they're sent out by, as part of the, like I said, the prison industrial complex over there? Where are they getting these people? What are they doing with these slave laborers, basically, or very, very close to slave laborers? But they're also sending them out to farms. Isn't that crazy? How, like, the Americans still have, like, farm level slavery in their country. Like, they just can't get away from somebody's got to pick the cotton, like, kind of thing. They can't get away from that system. It's absolutely incredible. Is it true that RFK Jr. has suggested that Americans who need some type of rehabilitation or assistance with mental health issues, should be shipped off or sent to farms to work there, and that will assist them somehow? Yes and no. He's made proposals, but it's more complicated. Wellness farms. Kennedy proposed creating rural wellness farms where people with addiction, both legal drugs and prescription psychiatric medications, could go to recover. Voluntary participation. According to fact checks, Kennedy said that said people would go if they want to. He later denied that he meant it would be compulsory. Okay, so it's not a ship them off kind of thing, but like, this is a thing. Wellness farms, rural wellness farms. All right, let's go. We've got the context.
I want to talk about what actually happens on those farms. So my first job turned out to be on a rehab farm. I had just responded to a help wanted ad. I wanted a job and I was 14, and so working on farms is the only job that legally can hire you at that point. We lived in Iowa. So the job I got was detasseling corn. I talk more about that job in a different video. We don't need to go into detail on that here.
Solar Bear in the house. Sup, peeps? How you going? We are learning potentially about a scheme in the US of A at the moment, where they're talking about, or the Health and Human Services director, or the head of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., is talking about sending people to wellness farms. So, like, if you've got an addiction, or if you've got like mental health issues, and you're in need of rehabilitation. Oh, it's this chick again? Yeah. Lovely. A much nicer face. Yeah, they're talking about sending people to farms. Obviously, they can participate and it's voluntary, but they send people to farms to, like, work it off kind of thing. And like the insinuation here is that this is actually part of, like, just controlling labor and getting kind of, I don't want to just say blatant slave labor in the agricultural sector, but like she makes this accusation, but like, let's just say cheap labor or easy to access labor in the agricultural sector, which is really interesting. Again, it's like she comes up with some crazy stuff. RFK Jr., the Fletcher, like concentration farm. Yeah, I guess kind of like a concentration farm. Yeah, but she'll explain that.
But the way it worked was there would be a school bus that would pick you up and take you to the field. So your parents and you would get up early in the morning. They'd take you to the Walmart parking lot or wherever the pickup site was. You'd all get in the school bus and off you'd go. So you get to the field, everybody gets out of the school bus and you start working. A couple weeks in, I found out that I was one of the only kids on that crew who was getting paid. Most of my coworkers were there as part of community service for juvenile court. Yes, community service is supposed to be community service. This was revenue generating work for a for-profit corporation. That's not community service. That's slavery.
That's fucking mental. I wonder if we can get that verified. Are there cases where persons who are sent to juvenile hall or prison in the US and are required to do community service conduct said service by laboring on farms or in the agricultural sector? Brief response, please. Good question. Short answer, yes, but it's complicated, not necessarily the same as juveniles forced to farm as community service. There are prison farms in the US, and incarcerated adults sometimes work in agriculture. What the fuck? Prison farms? What the fuck is a prison farm? This is legit. Prisons in the US are part of a hidden workforce linked to hundreds of popular food brands. Oh my God. Remember we were watching that video of, I think it was Nick Shirley, and he went to El Salvador with Bukele, and they were like sending their prisoners from CCOT, from their mega prisons to like work it off on the farms. Louisiana State Penitentiary. A hidden path to America's dinner tables begins here at an unlikely source, a former southern slave plantation that is now the country's largest maximum security prison. Unmarked trucks packed with prison-raised cattle roll out of the Louisiana State Penitentiary, where men are sentenced to hard labor and forced to work for pennies an hour or sometimes nothing at all. After rumbling down a country road to an auction house, the cows are bought by a local rancher and then followed by the Associated Press another 600 miles to a Texas slaughterhouse that feeds into the supply chains of giants like McDonald's, Walmart, and Cargill. No way. Intricate invisible webs, just like this one, link some of the world's largest food companies and most popular brands to jobs performed by US prisoners nationwide. Fuck me dead. This is crazy. So like blackbirding? This is mental. This probably isn't shocking to some people though, I guess.
13th Amendment. And when it's a government program, that's not community service, that's slavery. That's 13th Amendment. And when it's a government program, that's state-sponsored slavery. That's what that.
Macca's was using prison labor in the South too. What, like directly using prison labor? Like they were getting prisoners to flip burgers? What the fuck? That's mental.
that was. Now, I've heard people describe detasseling corn as very difficult labor. I'm just going to say that wasn't my experience with it. It is, to this day, one of the easier jobs that I've ever had. You could put on your Walkman headphones, listen to your music, not have to talk to anybody, didn't have to interact with customers, you didn't have to bend over or pick up.
Slavery with extra steps. When did you hear about the resurgence of sundown towns? Oh, slavery with extra steps. South Park quote. Okay. Interesting.
Anything heavy. So in terms of entry-level jobs, I thought it was pretty chill. I've heard people talk about getting cut by corn leaves. That also was not my experience. The edges of corn leaves are a little bit raspy. They have little serrations, and so they'll kind of catch your skin, they'll kind of get stuck on it, but they don't break the skin. That was very, very rare. Like maybe once or twice over the course of the season, you might get a really shallow paper cut from them. Corn leaves don't really cut you, just it feels a little bit Velcro-y as they go past your skin. And that can, I think, cause people to worry that it's going to cut them, but it doesn't generally. And that will be important later. So the way the workday went, we all show up at the field on a school bus, you know, whatever field we're doing that day. And by the way, these are all family farms. These were plots where seed companies were growing seed corn. That's why we had to detassel the corn for genetics reasons. But the seed companies didn't own these farms. These were family farms in the area that were already growing corn and soybeans, that kind of thing. So the seed companies would just make a deal with these family farmers. Hey, can you grow some seed for us? The family farmers would say, cool. And the seed company would send us as their crews to go work on their properties. I actually have a buddy who grew up on a 1,000-acre family farm in Iowa around this time. And his family actually used some of their land for that. They used some of their land to grow seed for seed companies. So they would have detasseling crews like us come and work on their land. By the way, if you're liking this video, although like might be a strong word for this one, but if you feel like you're learning something with this video, go ahead and give it a like and subscribe. It really does tell the algorithm to put it out in front of more people and helps the word get out. Appreciate it. So the way that job worked, we'd get on the school bus, they would drive us to whatever field we were working that day, we'd all get off, work for a few hours in the morning, get back on the bus to grab our lunches, drink a bunch of water, you know, get back out of the bus, and we had some porta potties, and then once the lunch break was over, we'd get back to work. The school bus was where we had all the workplace stuff. That's where the first aid kit was and the EpiPen if anybody needed that, and so that was kind of like the mobile HQ for this job crew. Editing Sarah here, popping in to let you know we're about to talk about an assault in the workplace that happened at this corn detasseling gig. So if that's not something you need to be hearing about today, there's a timestamp around here somewhere. Go ahead and skip forward to that. So one day we were finishing up with lunch, everybody had left the school bus and was getting back into the field, and I remembered, oh shoot, I need to go grab some water or something off the bus. I thought everybody had already left for the field because a lot of them cannot go to the police. Now in the case of our crew, we were not immigrants, we were US citizens, but these kids, because they were in juvenile detention, if they were to complain to the police or anybody else and try to make a report, it's very easy for the courts to sometime that summer. So she's got this middle when you're going, I go grab head. So if that's not something you need to be hearing about today, there's a timestamp around here somewhere. Go ahead and skip forward to that. So one day we were finishing up with lunch, everybody had left the school bus and was getting back into the field, and I remembered, oh shoot, I need to go grab some water or something off the bus. I thought everybody had already left for the field, but I found a girl still in the bus when I got there, and she was trying to open the first aid kit, and she was having a really hard time because there was blood everywhere, and I don't know if you knew this, but blood is really slippery. It was a first aid kit for a vehicle, and so it latches really tightly so it doesn't like pop open when you're going over bumps. So she's trying to open this thing and she just cannot because her hands are cut up like crazy, and there's just like smears of blood all over the first aid kit. So I just said, oh hey, can I help you with that, and helped her get it open. Now bear in mind, I had only turned 14 sometime that summer, so she's got this middle school paramedic trying to help her out. So we got the thing open, cleaned up all the blood, got out the iodine, cleaned her up, got her patched up and everything, and I said, oh hey, by the way, like what happened? And she said, oh, it was the corn leaves, you know, they're kind of sharp. I didn't say anything, but I was like, that's weird. That didn't happen to anybody else. And I said, okay, sure. But on the inside, I thought, that's weird, because there's how many dozens of us and nobody else got their hands cut up by the corn like this. You know, again, the edges of the corn are kind of raspy, but they don't really cut you. Certainly not deep enough to draw lots of blood multiple times. It was happening with her. So I was like, huh, that's weird. Again, 14 years old, just barely, not that smart. And another thing that kind of filled that incident in for me later was running across photos of people who had defensive wounds on their hands. That's when somebody comes at you with a knife and you're trying to stop them and your hands get cut up. I saw those photos and went, oh, I think that's new information for most people, but I had in fact seen that happen to people's hands before. So that is most likely what happened, is she was assaulted at the workplace. Later on in my career as a farm worker, some Latina coworkers let me in on an important fact, which is that when you are a female farm worker, sometimes foremen will lurk outside the porta potties because that is the best way to get women farm workers alone for the purposes of sexually assaulting them. And I think she had also just gone to the porta potties, gone to the bathroom, because she was also one of the last people to get from the bus to the field. So that was probably why. Even at the time, as a 14-year-old who knew nothing, I kind of knew the corn leaves explanation didn't make a lot of sense, but I didn't know what else to fill it in with. And there you go. That whole day, we were in a giant cornfield by ourselves. There was nobody else who came in or out that entire time, which means whoever did that to her was working with us that whole day, and probably the day before that and the days after that, that entire season. Whoever did that to her was with us. Again, that kind of assault in the workplace is very, very common for women who are farm workers, for the same reason that farm workers get honed in on for a lot of other crimes, because a lot of them cannot go to the police. Now, in the case of our crew, we were not immigrants, we were US citizens, but these kids, because they were in juvenile detention, if they were to complain to the police or anybody else and try to make a report, it's very easy for the courts to ignore these kids and believe that they are lying because they're already on the wrong side of the law. You also kind of have to ask yourself, what kind of person goes for these foreman jobs? Hashtag not all foremen, but it's a job where you're outside all day, the pay is not great, there's not necessarily a lot of upward mobility either. So you have to ask yourself,
Pretty crazy stuff, right? You got a whole bunch of kids, like juvenile delinquents, eh? People that have had run-ins with the law. And so you send them off to farms so they can work as like cheap laborers, like basically slave laborers, let's be honest. And they're like sent to these company seed farms. And so they're trucked out there, bussed out there. And so, like, they're potentially people that have got inclinations towards violent activity. And so, like, they're not really safe because they're all being monitored by a foreman. They're out in the middle of nowhere on a massive field. And, like, they are obviously, well, as she's described here, they can be mean to one another. They can physically assault one another, but they're being shipped around as cheap labor through the justice system, if you can call it that loosely, the justice system. It's fucking mental. This was huge. Sometimes these places would be other countries. It's a whole industry in America. Advertised to fix problem children. What the fuck? And just sending them out, using them as cheap labor? Fucking mental, man. Fix problem children. Send them to the farm so they can pick corn. And be watched by some fucking weirdos.
what it is that's drawing people to this job. What kind of person would be interested in that? Are there perhaps some fringe benefits? That can be something that draws people to a certain kind of job. That can also be a thing in the mental health, social work, and rehab spaces. Again, hashtag not all social workers, not all caseworkers, but there are some people who seek out those jobs because they're a way to get close to a lot of people.
Like American kids sent to a place in another island or country. Docos about it on Netflix, eh? Oh, out.
Who are easy to victimize, and if they tell on you, they won't be believed because they're crazy, because they're addicts, because they're already on the wrong side of the law, or they're undocumented immigrants. Of course they're lying. And when you take those two things together, it's a farm work supervisor job, and it's a mental health.
Do you know what it's called, Voltita? I wouldn't mind checking it out if you know what the name of the documentary is.
Supervision job, and you put those things together, you are really creating a perfect storm for really bad actors to be attracted to that job because it's a great place to get a hold of people to victimize. Just putting that out there. Now, of course, I think folks want to believe that, well, if it's going to be a farm of healing, then of course we would do background checks and supervise and make sure that kind of thing wouldn't happen. Well, that's going to take a lot of work. I'm just going to tell you that is a lot of work. That is a lot of supervision. It's a lot of red tape and overhead. Exactly the kind of things that people try to avoid when they move all this mental health treatment onto a farm. Farms are supposed to be simple. Farms are not supposed to be about red tape. Sometimes that's why people want to.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll search it. I've written it down on my list of things that I'm supposed to watch. But it's really what they went through. Like what she's describing is crazy, is right? Like people lumping kids together, kids getting assaulted, kids being exploited, basically, as slave laborers to pick call not just for a family farm. Like it was on a family farm, but the family farm is subcontracting out its land or subleasing its land out to a corporation who needs to grow seed. And so like they just bus in their own labor. And like how do these corporations get access to like to juvenile labor? How the fuck do they get access to that? Kind of sounds like communism. God, I hope you're talking about the child slave labor on the farms there, because that's what everyone accuses communism of doing, right?
Do those things on a farm because farms are exempt from all kinds of laws. So when people want to take a thing that doesn't have to happen on a farm and they want to do it on a farm, I'm not saying that's a red flag, but it's a yellow flag. You know. So as someone who works in
Wait, is this the summation of your conversation so far, Dilemma? So just to summarize, so I've got it right, you want a system that has no money, everything is provided for your basic needs, but a rotation of people have to take turns working for free. Kind of sounds like communism, my guy. Why not? Anton's a communist. All right. There you go. Who would have thought? So what's it called? Hell Camp and the Program. Hell Camp. Thank you. Anton's a communist. All right.
Agriculture. Anytime people want to take a thing that doesn't normally happen on a farm and they want to move it to a farm, I would say almost 9 times out of 10, they are just trying to get away from the supervision that this thing normally gets and put on a farm because then no one will look at you closely. You're far away from law enforcement. You're far away from prying eyes. That's a lot of the appeal for farms for a lot of people. I think a lot of folks don't quite understand that. I'll give you an example of how out of sight, out of mind farms can be. There are about 2 million farm workers in the United States. That's about the same number of waiters and waitresses. I think most people wouldn't realize that because we see waiters and waitresses all the time, don't we? Their job is to...
I've just heard a statement that there are 2 million farm workers in the United States of America. I have just heard a statement that there are 2 million farm workers in the United States of America. Can you briefly confirm whether this is an accurate figure? And then provide it as a percentage of the overall amount of employed persons in the US. Sounds like a lot of subsidized apprenticeship schemes that big construction companies took advantage of back in the day. Trade shortages exist now in part because of those. Just a little vent, soz. Really? What, because people were getting fucked over by construction companies as apprentices? And like what, people got jack of it? Now there's a shortage? Interesting. Nah, Anton seems to be wanting a form of communism. Okay. Where people take turns in the leadership role. Okay, good question. Sort of. Depends on what 2 million refers to. According to the Congressional Research Service, about 2.3 million people working in the U.S. agricultural industries. Other estimates, Economic Policy Institute suggest 2.4 million farm workers overall. According to the USDA's Farm Labor Report, in 1 week, in April 2025, there were 637,000 farm workers hired directly by farm operators. Okay, so she's pretty on the ball. And like there's heaps of different sources for this one as well. Percentage of total US employed population. Total employed persons in the US is 161 million people. Fucking, that's a huge working population. If you take 2.3, that's 1.4%. 1% or 1.4% of working persons. 1 in 100 work in agriculture. Interesting.
interact with us, to bring us our food, right? So we see them all the time. We have the same number of farm workers in this country and no one even realizes they're here. That's just a witness to how powerful the reality is of out of sight, out of mind with things that happen on farms. I think it's also
Apprentices were hired in bulk, not taught their trade, used as cheap labor, and then tossed when the job was over, many not completing their trade as a result. Huh. Fuck, so that's how they do it. They do it en masse, get a whole bunch of kids in to do all the menial tasks and shit, never actually teaching them a goddamn thing, and then fucking them off. Interesting. Interesting. And it was the big construction companies doing that. Who would have thought? The class struggle is real, man. The class struggle is real. It's fucking alive and it's healthy.
really important to just stop and think for a second about why people would want to take people with mental health problems and addiction issues and stick them on farms right now. The idea that we can fix society by taking all the defective people and putting them on farms and having them work, that's not a new idea. That is super old hat in the United States, actually. It's not original, it's kind of basic. People try it all the time and it never actually works. The people who are working on those farms do not heal, okay? I can guarantee you the juvenile court kids I was working with did not leave those corn farms with better mental health than they came in with, certainly. And if you think those kids came away from that job with more respect for authority than they came in with, no, absolutely not. As the goody two-shoes of that team, I came away with way less respect for authority than I had when I came on that crew. So I would say absolutely yes, farm work can teach you about real life, but it might not be the lessons about real life that you want people to learn. Probably not the kind of growth that the authority figures were hoping for when they sent us out to that field. The reason that there is always a push in the US for taking undesirable people, for taking society's rejects and sending them out to farms to work is just because farms want free labor. That's it. That's why this very old idea is always being floated again as new. But here's the problem.
Can we just take a moment to realize what she's suggesting here? The American agricultural sector may be predicated on farmers or people that own agricultural enterprises wanting free labor? This is the revelation of the afternoon. This really is. This is crazy stuff we're talking about here. They just want free labor. Wellness farm, juvenile delinquents, rounding them up for work. Community service. Call it what you want. They just want access to free labor.
Agriculture just came out and said, we want cheap labor. That doesn't sound that urgent, right? Everybody wants cheap labor. So what folks in the farm sector like to do is paint ourselves as pastoral. We're different. We're nice. We're outside. And they get away with it because
Yeah, it is. The prison industrial complex is massive. Dollars. I like how you did that. In the US, slavery never ended. They're like, yeah, I just have this kind of classic vision of it being like people working on railway lines, or like they have like sweatshops kind of thing, and they're all like working in sweatshops and stuff like that. Processing thing, working in laundromats, like industrial style almost. Working on like I said, like infrastructure maybe. And community services, like going around cleaning up areas, but you know, bussing people out to like pick corn. That's classic. It's just slave. It's cheaper than Mexicans. Yeah. Yeah. Because those undocumented types, according, like, you know, as we have found out, you know, they have expectations. And if they're free wage laborers, like the bourgeois system demands, they can move around and find, you know, it's a contract between, you know, employer and employee. And if they don't like it, they'll move along. But you can't do that if you're a prisoner or you're in juvie.
People with wealth and affluence in this country either own farmland that they kind of treat as a vacation property. It's the old home place. Maybe it's a vacation home. It's a cottage in the woods, perhaps. And
so what's the individual incentive to work hard? Why would I not just slack off in my manufacturing job, for example? I'm getting my needs met either way. Why would I try? Interesting. Like, yeah, you're talking about like, what's the incentive for people that are being forced into slave labor to do this stuff? Maybe they don't get Maybe they'll get some type of penalty. If they don't, you know, they don't try, they don't work properly.
The reason that so many Americans feel good about the countryside is because that's where they go for vacation. It's not because working outside is necessarily good for your soul. Talk to any construction worker and see how that sounds. If we really believe that working outside was good for the soul, then you can get that from working construction, oil rigs, collecting garbage, but it's specifically working on farms that we really seem to think is good for your soul. And I want to be kind here and give people the benefit of a doubt because I think a lot of people do come to this belief innocently, but working on farms is not good for your mental health, okay? It's not therapy. It's one of those things you go to therapy to get over. It's just a job. And just like any job, it's going to be hard. And some things about it are going to make you feel kind of crazy. That's how jobs are. That's why we get paid to do them. The reason so many people feel good about the countryside and that it improves your mental health is because that's where they take their vacations. It's not the countryside doing that for you. It's the fact that you're on vacation, right? You have fewer demands on your time. You're not rushing everywhere. You might be able to sleep in. That's what makes it a vacation. It's not where you are. It's what you're doing. It's what your headspace is. But because so many people have big, powerful, positive feelings towards the countryside, it is very easy to take this idea to them. What if we just put people to work in the countryside and make it sound like a good, beautiful, health-giving idea? When it is not. It's just cheap labor by an underclass that can't get away. And it's being sold as a health tonic. And people believe that because they don't understand the realities of working in agriculture. Farm workers have been talking for a long time about how working on farms is not actually good for your health. And I feel like at this point, if you have completely not absorbed that message,
well, how hard I work equals how many kgs of product my factory produces. So if I slack off and we made no product for a week, how is that sustainable? That's interesting. And most people don't have such a connection to their output that they understand if they don't work, that there is like downstream effects of that. That's pretty interesting.
maybe it's because you don't want to hear it, but we should say it anyway. And the problem here is that the people who want cheap labor have a very willing audience, and the people who have good positive feelings about the countryside. We get people who love the countryside so much that they are easy prey for folks selling slavery as a solution. And so it's just really important to me that we all be very clear about what goes on with these rural and farm work programs. They're not job training programs, certainly. When you have a prison work program on farms, all the farm jobs are being filled by prisoners. That's the point. You don't have to hire free people. So they get all these job skills and then they leave and no one wants to hire them because they're not prisoners anymore and you actually have to pay them and nobody wants to do that. You see the problem? These farm jobs are also not making anybody's mental health better. If anything, they're making it much worse because of the way they're victimized on these jobs. My concern is that
That's
anything to do with
crazy.
farms we think must automatically...
We contribute more than we get 2 cookies and not 1 a week. Yeah, shit. That's crazy what she's saying there as well. My God. Like, so, you know, if the appeal for, you know, justifying prisoners working as slaves on a farm is like, they're getting skills. And so, like, they'll reintegrate into society better if they get these skills. And then when they leave, they're not attractive because they demand a wage for their work. It's crazy.
be good. And we're so convinced of that we are useful idiots for some of the worst actors in our society, even when it's a very obvious prisoners with jobs program.
The slaves have armed themselves.
Oh, I don't like that word.
Sorry, the prisoners with jobs have armed themselves.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
I love agriculture. I want agriculture to do well. And the way we get there is by being a little bit smarter than this. Agriculture is a real job. It takes real skills. You cannot just pull any person off the street, especially if they're struggling with some serious personal problems, and expect them to just perform well. By the time you're spending enough money on a farm to make the farm a proper mental health treatment program, you've just built a mental health treatment program. The farm is not really part of it. And if you're making a farm that runs well, you cannot be spending all that money. You cannot have a farm that functions as a farm and a mental health treatment program. You kind of have to pick. I know I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but this is a terrible staffing solution for farms that is being packaged up and sold as an even worse mental health treatment program. It will be bad at both of those things. The idea that going to a farm and working there will heal your soul is just, you have to have grown up in boat shoes to believe that. I don't know what to say. Well, this has been fun.
Savage class warfare there. I hate to think that going to a farm is going to help you mentally. You have to grow up in boat shoes to believe that. Interesting. Very interesting. What was that short movie scene from? I don't know. Yeah, what movie was that? It's a really good question. You have to type in the quote, Google the quote, and it might give you the movie that it's come from. No, I don't like that word. What did he say? Don't use that word. Oh, sorry. The paid prisoners, I think it was. Wonder if I can find it again. No, don't say that word. I don't like that word. Yeah, here it is.
Prisoners with Jobs program.
The slaves.
Thor, Love and Thunder, I think. Okay.
Actors in our society, even when it's a very obvious prisoners with jobs program.
The slaves have armed themselves.
Oh, I don't like that word.
Sorry, the prisoners with jobs have armed themselves.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
The prisoners with jobs, have armed themselves. All right, we're going to have a quick break and then we will be back. If you have been enjoying the stream and you have been interacting today, big thank yous to you. Do appreciate it. Avalava in the stream chat. Jag was in the house earlier. Anton, I think you're new here. Squeebalicious keeping us down. Larp Jeff, Dilemmas, Jerry Poppins in the house. Volta Tur. Who else have we got here? Dr. Nathan. Yeah, 4IS was in the house too. Thank you for your interactions. And yeah, we're going to have a quick break and then we come back with some afters. Hold tight. All right. We're back. Dilemmas and Anton, you guys are going fucking hard. My God. Can someone give me the summary, please? This is a big talk. Wait, no, it's Thor Ragnarok. Okay. You basically want the world to convert to an Amish way of life? This is an interesting conversation. That Kiwi chick is a great actor. I need to investigate something, and you guys are all going to investigate it with me. So, one more time.
This is coal. Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
Scared.
Don't be afraid.
Treasurer knows the rule on crops. It's coal. It was dug up by men and women who work and live in the electorates of those who sit opposite. From the Hunter Valley is the member.
Hey, this is coal. Don't be scared of it. Interesting. All right. I want to find out about this Australia First rally that's happening. I'm pretty sure there's a rally going on. Put Australia First event denied platform in Sydney. Australia First. Oh, no raid this Arvo, by the way. Just Monday and Fridays until the end of the year at least. Got it. I was actually going to ask about that. Thanks. How do we listen to it?
But I want to... Hey everyone, just an update about the upcoming event called Put Australia First. It's November 29th in Sydney and November 30th in Melbourne. All the information is on the website, putaustraliafirst.com. But I want to give you guys an update.
There it is, putaustraliafirst.com. Put Australia First, right? Putaustraliafirst.com. Oh, here it is. Australians unite to send a clear message. It's time to put Australia first. Can you guys see that? No, you can't. Let me fix it. I think I feel a stream, a rally stream coming up on the weekend. All right, if you know what I'm talking about. Saturday, 29th in Sydney, Belmore Park. Put Australia First. 12 p.m. Town Hall. So if you're interested and you're free on the weekend, I think I might be doing a stream. Can we go back to the riot days? That was true patriotism. Cronulla was peak civilization. Oh my God. Seriously. LOL, I remember this. Wasn't this right before they gave up land to the mining industry that was selling coal to China? That majority benefited China? Yes. Yes, that was it. Yeah. Gave up land to the mining industry that was selling coal to China. Get those clippable sound bites for social media? 100%. And like, it's really interesting to just hear working people speak about certain issues and like where they get their perspective on certain issues, like their takes on stuff. It's so interesting.
Australians are suffering. The government is ignoring us. The media is trying to divide us. Enough is enough. Australians unite to send a clear message. It's time to put Australia first. On the 29th of November in Sydney and on the 30th in Melbourne, we will march again. The streets will be filled with Australian flags. You will see us, you will hear us, and you cannot ignore us. It's time for politicians to respect our voices. Anthony Albanese, you promised to lower immigration.
We'll bring migration back to sustainable levels.
After the mass rallies on the 31st of August, you tried to dismiss us.
They weren't big numbers in the scheme of things.
Let's be clear. We don't blame immigrants. We blame you, the government. We blame the media for trying to divide us by focusing on extremism. You want us to look at each other as the enemy instead of our real enemy, you. It won't work. We will stand shoulder to shoulder with our neighbours and look straight at you. We're being overtaxed. We can't get rentals, we can't buy a home, electricity bills are going up, and we can't feed our families. Enough is enough. It's time to take back our future. It's time to stand together, loud and proud. It's time to put Australia first before it's too late. See you on the 29th and 30th of November.
It's not about migration. Isn't that an interesting point? Like, I've been going through the footage of the March for Australia ones that I've been, and like that was significantly about migration being a problem. Australians want to be put first. They want to be heard and seen. Put Australia First was founded to provide Australians with a safe and reliable platform to stand up for Australia's prosperity. We have dedicated spokespeople to ensure a clear and consistent message so that the voices of Australians cannot be ignored or silenced. We are marching for immigration reform that preserves Australian values, freedom from enforced digital ID and protection of our right to free speech, affordable energy, and the end to net zero. There it is, the net zero agenda. Isn't that crazy that up there with migration and freedom of speech is net zero? That's crazy. So these are the links. Affordable has been linked, like, can you afford energy? That has been linked to net zero. Very interesting. Very interesting. Our people. Ooh. Lead organizer Lemore Weingarten and Stuart Bonds in New South Wales. Marketing and communications managers Monica Smith. I wonder where these people get their, like, where they're from. Oh, he's One Nation. Okay, Stuart Bonds is One Nation. Interesting. I'm ready to march. See you there, mystery. Right, come and stay at my place. Hey, we can go interview people together. Hey, he's not from Australia. Get him. No, I'm just here on a holiday. I swear. He's a migrant. Get him. Fuck yeah. Let's go, Australia. So good. Overtaxed, but nobody asking for less money. Cringe. Oh, come on. Make sure you put out a notification on Discord this time if you go. All right. Look, most of the time, I must admit, when I've done stuff on the weekends, it's very haphazard. But, like, I think I'm going to try and plan this one so I can actually go along properly. I will put out a notification. I swear. I'll be all, like, professional and stuff. Woozle's in the house. I didn't know you were here. How you going? We would have to have a right to free speech in Australia in order to protect it first. Hey, don't let that logic trap you there. Hey. Dedicated spokespeople to ensure Aussie voices are heard. Why can't they speak for themselves? What happened to free speech? Sounds like they don't want unauthorized speech anymore. That's fucking hilarious. Savage takedown there. All right, shall we check out Stuart Bonds? Eh? Show me your face, Stuart. Stuart Bonds for Hunter. All right, let's see what Stuart's up to. Authorized by P. Hansen. Eh? Stuart Bonds for Hunter. Oh, man. Oh, man. Fuck you, I'm not signing in. Not everyone wants to live that Amish life, Anton. Speak for yourself. I would love to live the Amish life. Downloaded vertical video? No, I'm okay. Thanks, though. Australia First rally, cost of living, government failures. Let's have a look.
It is an honour to be a guest speaker at the Put Australia First rally. Let me be very clear from the start. This is not
really
an
quiet.
anti-migrant rally.
It's not an anti-migrant rally. All right.
I'm a migrant myself, so it's not. This is about something much bigger. It's about an immigration system that is so badly managed that it's now putting pressure that is crushing everyday Australians. But it's not just about immigration. You see, it's about the cost of living that has so skyrocketed. It's the wages that have barely moved since 2010, comparatively. It's about billions that is wasted on ideological fantasy like climate change or global warming nonsense. It's about the rewriting of basic truth, about men and women. It's the rise in crime in cities like Victoria, because now apparently feelings matter more than the safety of the community. It is about the insanity of being one of the world's largest producers of gas, yet we are paying, well, some of the highest energy bills. Right next to that, also some of the highest taxes. That is just insane. Our government, especially the Commonwealth, they were elected for one purpose, and that was to serve the Australian people. But apparently it has become very...
Cost of living crisis. Seems to be the fucking theme. Hey? We are rallying because it's too much pressure. Capitalism is failing. The system's not working, man. Let's get a black migrant to say it's not about migration. That'll trick him. Yeah, I know, right? I wonder if he's going to be a speaker too. That'll get him. Well, fair enough. If it's not about migration, great. We'll find out on Saturday. I'll go and ask people if it's about migration. Maybe I'll change my line of questioning then. It's not going to be like, okay, the event organizers have said this is about mass migration. What do you think that is? The event organizers has said this is not about migration. Is that the case? Is that why you're here? It's not my fault that white supremacists march in support with us hard-working, true blue Aussies. I love how much you know about Australian culture as well. Us true blue Aussies. This is about ladder pulling, and who can we get to speak as though it's a good thing? It's about an imported ideology that we drape in an Aussie flag. Savage. Savage analysis there. All right.
G'day there, beautiful people. Put Australia First rallies this weekend. Saturday the 29th of November in Sydney and Sunday the 30th in Melbourne. I'll be proudly speaking at the Saturday Sydney event, so come along, bring your Aussie flags and fly them high in the sky. Remember that all these harmful ideologies that are trying to infiltrate Australian society want you to think that a healthy degree of Australian patriotism is racist, which is far from the truth, and this is coming from a first-generation immigrant myself. There is nothing that these harmful ideologies fear more than a healthy, strong, robust degree of Australian patriotism. So I hope to see you this weekend. Long live Australia. You!
You! Do you reckon that's legit, though, that, like, patriotism is a danger? Like, what did he say? Patriotism is a danger to certain ideologies?
Then as health coming from a first-generation immigrant myself, there is nothing that these harmful ideologies fear more.
So harmful ideologies fear Australian patriotism, or patriotism generally. I wonder what ideologies he means by, oh my God, ladder puller, eh? God, I could say a lot about the Africans I know with conservative views and how they got there, but part of it because of something he said, fundamental truths of a man and a woman. Yeah, it's culture war shit that drags them further right. It leads to pride. Pride is a deadly sin. That's interesting. So patriotism leads to pride. But like here he's saying dangerous ideologies are killed with patriotism. That's not the argumentation that this person's using. European institutionalized Christianity has fucked every continent it has touched. I heard someone talk about how Christianity, and so like using the missionary, not that the missionaries themselves probably had this intent exactly. They thought they were doing God's work, but like the missionary system or the spread of Christianity, and then in its wake the move to to capitalism. Like Christianity was the way to introduce people to, I guess you would say, Western culture or European culture. And then from there, people could be able to be moved to the market system of doing things. And so, like, the way that you actually bring capitalism, like Western style capitalism, into a place is through Christianity. And Christianity has been kind of this vehicle to bring people over to the market system. It's fucking crazy. Like, it's a vehicle of colonialism, and like it breaks the ice kind of thing. Very interesting. If my son told me that he worshipped a flag, I would get him assessed for mental health issues. Interesting. Dangerous ideologies are carried by patriotism. Yeah. Australia first. Before who and in what? We tried breakdancing and it didn't work. It was savage, bro. Oh, mystery. There's an important QTU strike on today. LNP is trying to screw over the teachers. Interesting. Well. Have you seen this yourself, or you just heard about it? Like, did you walk past it or something? Were people picketing, or are they just not working today? Let's find out about it. I wonder if there's any, like, propaganda on it. I just can't stop using the word propaganda now. Like, even if it's not particularly appropriate. So what do we do? Well, like, so what's that? Queensland Teachers Union strike. Here we go. Strike day 2 hours ago. Queensland Teachers Union. Fuck it. Yeah, here we go. I'll move it so you can see it. Queensland Teachers Union. Important update due to statewide industrial action. All QTU offices will be closed 25th of November. That's today. Heat wave warnings have been issued. Interesting. Brisbane strike to rally and march. Time's up. Oh, there is a rally and a march. Okay, there you go. From 10 a.m. to 10:30 at Queen's Gardens, Brisbane. It's all got a lot to do with white savior theory. Like, it's all about material things at the end of the day, but it's a way of excusing horrific acts in the old school narrative of civilizing the savages. These days, we put it more as upholding human rights. We never hold ourselves to them. Interesting. ABC, yeah, I was going to say they better fucking have an article on it. Like, the public broadcaster is not doing its job if it's not speaking about this. Being staged across. They must have something more recent than this. Fuck the Australian broadcaster, bro. Rallies are being staged across Queensland as a teachers' strike action for the second time this year. The teachers' union said the proposed enterprise agreement does not address the key concerns of members, including classroom violence and severe staff shortages. Interesting. The state government said it was best and final offer. The thousands of Queensland teachers worked off the job today for the second time, affecting end-of-year exams for year 10 and 11 students. Members of Queensland Teachers Union resoundingly rejected a proposed 8% wage increase over 3 years in October. The state government said it was the best and final offer, with the matter now heading to arbitration. The QTU has not outlined its pay demands, but said the proposed enterprise agreement does not address the key concerns of members, including classroom violence and severe staff shortages and attrition. Well, is this them here? Oh, the strike in August. Damn. QTU President Cresta Richardson said the parents could thank the Premier for today's strike. So good. Take that, establishment. Which comes after more than 50,000 teachers took action in August. He could have communicated and agreed to the very basic, reasonable request we had for arbitration, and that would have stopped this strike. Instead, he did nothing. The issues are being downplayed and ignored. Our members will not let this continue. The QTU has asked parents and guardians to make alternative plans for their children and to highlight your support for the teachers' campaign. Right. Why is it on Facebook? Seriously. What the fuck? Seriously. All right, here we go. 7 hours ago. That's it. My God. They don't have anything more recent than that? Relevance, rating, last hour? Come on, nothing. Okay, today. Give me today, baby. Come on. The Queenslander. No more results. Our media machine sucks in this country, seriously. Thanks for the update, though. A decent explainer about it. Oh, red flag? No way. You like your old red flag, eh? Interesting. Who are they? Socialist Alternative, I think, is red flag. Teachers in Queensland staged their first strike in 16 years in August, set to walk out again 25th of November. Within the QTU, a network of radicals has been campaigning for the union to take more stride and action to improve our pay and conditions. That network is called Queensland Teachers Fight Back. The strikes are occurring against the intransient Liberal National Party government, which has on 3 separate occasions offered teachers a desultory 8% pay offer over 3 years with no improvements to workload. While the campaign continues, teachers have already scored a significant victory against the government, voting no in a significant majority against its offer on the 31st of October. But first, some context. During the last decade of successive Labor state governments, teaching conditions in Queensland significantly deteriorated. When COVID-19 pandemic first broke out, the Plasasic government froze teachers' pay for 18 months, costing teachers thousands. This was followed by an 11% wage increase over 3 years, which is far below inflation. That meant real wage cut for teachers, 6.5%. Queensland teachers also have the lowest salary progression of anywhere in the country, alongside Tasmania. Isn't it the case that New Zealanders are being, advertised to come over and work in Australia by like the Queensland Police, and is it Queensland's teachers as well? They're being recruited, and that's why the drain is happening in New Zealand at the moment, because the Queenslanders are over there headhunting Kiwis. The LNP would do our education system and teachers what the US has done to its own. They campaigned on improving education, then delivered budget cuts and hiring numbers. So funny. Yeah, they are? Okay, so it's the teachers. I heard that, yeah, Queensland Police has been advertising. You know, come over. We've got beaches, baby. Hey, you Kiwis, you love the beach, right? Our public services are underpaid and underfunded. So, like, might as well just go over. If you're going to be a teacher or something, just go do it in fucking Queensland. And you can go to the beach. Planning time for Queensland teachers is also below the national OECD average. Our government's response is to privatize. Fuck, man. Heavy. Heavy, bro. Investing in private health and charter schools. For high school teachers, our planning time when we're at school but not teaching hasn't improved since the 70s, despite a significant increase in reporting requirements. Our lunch breaks are technically unpaid. What? But we're still required to do playground duty. Oh, right, yeah. We had 2 to 3 student-free days in January, one of which only 3 hours is individual planning time, and then 1 student-free day in September, which is professional development, not planning time. There is a constant and steady stream of new curriculum updates, program changes, new assessments. We write or modify every year without the time in the day to do them. Teachers regularly take sick days just to keep on top of work. Fuck that. Imagine using your sickies to do work. That is a horrible, horrible system, man. You do your sickies. You take your sickies because you got your own shit to do. Hey? Fuck that. Jokes on the LNP and the ALP. The right don't want either anymore. LOL. Just keep on calling us cookers and watch One Nation grow. You are aware. I'm assuming you've watched Friendly Geordies enough to see his analysis on One Nation, right? And how they kind of just vote with the coalition all the time. Like, how do you reconcile that? Like, I know people will protest moving to One Nation, but like if they protest the coalition by like supporting One Nation and One Nation just supports whatever the coalition does, like, is that much better of a scenario? I don't know. Maybe that's a really undercooked analysis that I'm giving of One Nation and their voting track record. Oh, is this some propaganda?
Now, what brings you to Australia?
My name is Abdullah. I'm from Syria. My whole family blew up from tank.
Okay.
I live under hot sun and shellfire for 5,000 days.
Yeah, right. I heard it's worse over in Syria now than it was in World War One. Is that a real fact? Is that true?
I need refuge in Australia.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll think about it. Okay. We can put you on an island off the coast and just get you showered up. And you want to do that?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you showered up for a couple of years. All right.
Okay.
And you, sir, why do you want to come to Australia? I'm a Kiwi. I just wanted to come over to see what the Chinese food's like in Melbourne. You know, a bit sick of it over in Auckland. So, also maybe the butchers, maybe the bigger population. There might be slightly better butchers. I don't know. Get the hell in there, you adorable little scamp with that funny little accent. You better get on some scaffolding and build some stuff while you're here. You bet you I will. Get in there.
Hey, what the?
Now, what brings you to Australia?
My name.
But he's got a great accent. Why not? If One Nation didn't speak one single lie, they would never get elected. I think you and Dilemmas are going to have a little chat there, Woozle. He's still got it. That's funny. He's still got it. While other states offer 15 days sick leave per year, Queensland teachers only get 10. And in a vast state with many regional cities and towns, the remote incentives are nowhere near enough to retain staff to address the higher cost of living in those areas. Not much better, but better than LNP and ALP. I do want to be shot to death, stabbed. I don't want to be stabbed to death or just kicked in the balls. One Nation is the kick in the balls. I don't want to be shot to death, stabbed to death, or just kicked in the balls. One Nation is just a kick to the balls. Okay, right. Right, so it's like the best option I'm hearing. Got it. There's an old saying, out bush. Oh, yeah. What has helped our situation is a lack of, what has not helped our situation is a lack of strike action. Fight back began in 2019 during negotiations for the last agreement, where 94% of union members voted to strike in support of our demands. Yet our leadership didn't follow through. Instead, members were encouraged to vote yes to an offer and made no serious improvement to wage conditions. So we got started by making some basic arguments that we shouldn't vote yes to any offers that weren't worth voting for. Enterprise bargaining periods provide us with the opportunity to take protected industrial action. So we need to make the most of this by striking. Have you seen the OG shooter video? Negative. Negative. I have not. One Nation is the justification for Australian politics, hate and fear only, as well as climate denialism and a self-entitled mentality. They are danger manifest. There you go. And dilemmas. I know you've been debating people like all day, but like, I don't know if you want to respond to that. Greatest Aussie saying.
We got an old saying out bush.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Sometimes life.
One Nation is the US-ification, got it, of Australian politics. Hate and fear only, as well as climate denialism and self-entitled mentality. They are danger manifest. That is meant to be. Interesting. Sorry. US-ification.
We got an old saying out bush. Sometimes life gets you down. All you can do is put on a brave smile, take a fuckload of MDMA. Then you're walking distance from the beach. Doesn't matter where you live. You got enough MDMA, you're walking distance from a beach. Just don't forget a towel.
That's fucking hilarious.
We got an old saying.
If you got enough MDMA, you're always walking distance from a beach. That's hilarious. Sounds about white, mate. That was better. Let's leave it with that one. Danger manifest. That's like 15 years old now. Really? Oh, look at that. You've got enough MDMA. Interesting. Here's some Australian culture for you if you're still watching and paying attention to this. Previous offers. Where were we? There have been several other industrial campaigns Fight Back has been part of, such as pushing for school closures during the pandemic. In 2023, we ran for the union's presidential position on a platform of class struggle and putting our leaders on a worker's wage. Fighting candidates won between 38 to 44% of the vote across the three positions. But it's not just industrial questions. Fight Back members have made efforts to politicize our workplaces, inviting colleagues to rallies for Palestine. You know, I think we interviewed a teachers union. I was dying at the time. I couldn't stop coughing. My voice was so dry. But yeah, there was a teachers union at a Palestinian rally that I went to. And I was like, why are you guys here? And she was like, we care about children. I was like, oh, fair enough. Good response. I'll remember that. Hitchhiker's Guide says, never leave home without a towel. I thought that was towel. He said that. So good. Always forget. No, don't forget to bring a towel. As a teen, I would always carry around a towel, clean up all the bong water, and to protect it while out adventuring. That's so good. Tally from South Park. Tally is handy to have when you need to have a second hand to turn the nuke keys. All right, where were we? We haven't shied away from speaking out against genocide and bigotry, which sometimes requires discussion or argument, but it's important for deepening our understanding of what fighting for workers' rights and solidarity is all about. It was crucial that our members spoke up in defense of other unionists when the CFMEU was put into administration and their democratic say overruled by Labor state governments. Solidarity isn't charity. Our rights and conditions are genuinely impacted by our government's treatment of refugees, their support for Israel's genocide, dictatorial control over unions, tolerance of the far right, and so on. We've had fight back contingents and our banners at many protests this year, showing we just don't talk the talk, but we walk it as well. And that has helped us identify and connect with sympathizers and fellow activists. I'm a Rennick guy, not a Pauline one. But the question I have to people who still want the uni party, are you sure climate change is real? Since when? Before we kept records. Like, let's just like detach from the idea of climate change for a second. Like, do you believe this idea that, like what we spoke about earlier today with that person who was saying that the fossil fuel industry or corporations used their war chest, so used their money and their power to deliberately obfuscate and suppress information that was coming out about how emissions and pollution impacts the environment. And like, you know, let's just get rid of the climate change thing. And it's like, it has a detrimental impact on the environment. Like, do you think that, like, let's leave climate change alone for a second. Do you think that these industries have not had a negative impact on environments, ecosystems, and all that sort of stuff around the world? Because, like, I don't think that's a stretch. I think a lot of people believe in environmental regulation, right, to protect the environment from kind of the excesses of industrial style capitalism. There's no real price to pay for destroying the environment around you, and so like companies will not consider that, and they will just do it unless they're told to do something else, they're told otherwise. Like, do you think that these things have an impact on the environment? For me, it doesn't matter if it's real or not. Not worth killing our economy over our emissions. Okay. But like, do you think that there's any impact that emissions have to the environment, or it's all negligible? That's what I want to understand. If people think that emissions are just completely negligible, they don't have an impact on like air quality or the surrounding environment and all that sort of stuff, that's different to then linking that to like it's contributing in the aggregate to something like climate change. Like, do you think it has an impact on the environment? That's what I would like to know. Like, at least, you know, you agree where you can, and you start in a place of like where, you know, you can connect kind of thing, and then you work from there. A majority of climate scientists across numerous fields, professions have documented all the ways man-made climate change has affected all the microclimates around the world. Which Harvard professor should I believe? The one for climate change or the climate denier? 75% of the mass of the atmosphere is only 11 kilometers high, and carbon has mass. 99.97% of the mass is only 100 kilometers high. 96% of all species died in one mass extinction. Why is banker debt more important? You have a line already, Anton. Already. Renewable practices are more sustainable and produce more value, nutritional value per square kilometer. Anyway, let me know if you think emissions have an impact on the environment at all. And let's not even go to climate change yet. I just want to gauge where we're at with this conversation. Fiber began our intervention in the current enterprise bargaining campaign by getting some decent demands onto our log of claims. We put together some example motions, provided them to our email list and Facebook group. Demands such as 10% pay rise per year, doubling planning time, increasing sick leave to 15 days. The motions were taken up with gusto, with more than 30 branches voted for our pay demand to be 10% per year, and several branches voted for 15%. For many, it was the first time going to a union branch meeting. In one instance, 3 people who didn't know each other independently printed the fight back motions and turned up to the same branch meeting to move them. Pushing for a decent log of claims was important for raising members' expectations of what we should be fighting for, rather than tailoring our demands to what we think the government considers acceptable. Carbon dioxide absorb and store more heat than most of the other particles found in the atmosphere. Renewables were 7.96% of total energy 25 years ago. They're now 8.94%. There has been no transition. Didn't you quote that earlier? Wasn't it? I think you said there were different facts or different figures that you had earlier. Like, we'd had this conversation, I feel like 3 hours ago now. Or you were at least dropping facts like they were going out of fashion. Dropping stats, actually. Described by the Fair Work Commission as a consensus-seeking and cooperative approach to bargaining, interest-based bargaining stands in contrast with traditional adversarial approach, where parties approach the process with predetermined positions or a log of claims. It also makes it much harder for workers to hold their representatives to account during negotiations, and vague demands are much harder to mobilize people to campaign for. Fightback has pushed back on this approach, and thanks to our intervention, more members are now arguing against interest-based bargaining. Fightback has been making the case for strike action. So it sounds like a protest movement within a union. Because, like, from my understanding of my interactions with unions, it's pretty much been like there are like certain people institutionalized in the union, you know, like at the top, and like they go in to do the negotiations, and like they're all rub shoulders with the same people all the time. They all know each other. They want to make their lives easier and all that sort of stuff. So they're happy to negotiate. Where like the rank and file members are not. They are really affected, and they don't want to negotiate. Or they don't want to relent on certain issues, let's say. Speaking of children, the Russians' FM's spokesperson mentioned in this clip that you have to first check the ethnicity of a child before you can care about them. There is something perverted going on. Yeah, fair enough. Savage take there. We aren't moving as fast as we could. Only thing stopping us is the current industries that are trying to maintain their power/profits. Interesting. It's too bad. I wanted to see someone talking from this organization about the strikes, whether it's been successful or not. Too bad it's hard to find. Seven hours ago. It's just not the same. Guess we can have a look at this.
50,000 Queensland teachers will walk off the job today, forcing the cancellation of exams and end-of-year school events. Live to Today Queensland reporter...
Gay. What's that in reference to? What did I miss? For me, it doesn't matter if it's real or not. It's worth killing our economy over emissions. Why is this more important when we could get more security and general well-being if we changed? I can't pin you, Antoine. I really can't pin you at all, what your position is on all of this.
Mia Glover. Mia, parents are being told to keep their kids at home.
Come on, man. Give us a representative from the union.
Certainly are. That is despite all Queensland schools.
Jack Sellers, a Year 11 student at Rosewood State High School, and his mum, Diane. Good morning, guys. Nice to see you this morning.
Oh, no.
Hey, Jackie boy, you've just completed your exams, but have friends still studying.
Damn, man, I can't go to my exam. Outrageous. No reference. Just checked back in and thought you needed to hear it. Yeah. And like so many A's in that gay. Ha. Gay. So many gays. So many A's, sorry. Has she actually been expelled?
You know what happened in the Senate. I just want to open with a comment. It was what can I say? I didn't know it was going to happen. It was only about 2 minutes beforehand. I didn't even have a time to read it. And this is not unusual what happens in the Senate, what they actually do. I was a bit upset that I wasn't given the time to respond properly to it. I was denied that right yesterday on the floor of Parliament to actually speak to it. Again, today I felt that. Senator Wong made sure there was only 30 minutes. I wasn't aware of that. That's why I let other people get up to have their say. Then I could have counteracted that, but they cut it off. Gallagher got up and cut it off, and this is what happens to me all the time. 5 minutes was not long enough for me to respond to it, and but anyway, I tried to explain to the Australian people how I feel about it and why I've stood my ground with regards to this.
Yeah, so if you weren't here earlier in the day, we were looking at Pauline Hanson's Paul Burqa stunt number 2. So she went into the Senate with a burqa on to demonstrate her opposition or her support for the proposal, to ban apparel that covers your face, especially apparel that is associated with the Muslim faith. But like, you know, it's about covering people's faces and rebelling against or protesting, demonstrating against that, which is like, you know, definitely ingrained in the culture war stuff, right? It's like, hey, evil Muslim people over there, be scared of them. Let's focus policy and the attentions of our governance and political system on this issue, like kind of thing. And then like that kind of galvanizes her supporter base. So like that's what she's done and that's what she's talking about. We spoke about this, yeah, like I said, like hours ago now. Do you think the carpet matches the curtains? I don't know. It's pretty fiery, eh? So you might get that redone every now and again, if you know what I mean. Ask Jerry Poppins, he'll give you an answer. He'd probably know better than I would. Anton, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but your utopia will never happen. Ooh. After such a civil discourse you guys were having before.
And that's what I'm saying now. It's about the Australian people. I have the utmost respect for the heart of our democracy, which is that Parliament. I do respect the Australian people. I have the utmost respect for people that have come here for a new way of life. But those people that actually come and pull me up and they say, Pauline, we're a migrant that have come here. Please stand, you know, strong and tall in what you believe in, because we love Australia and we don't want it to become like the place we've left. So I do have a lot of migrants that do support me. My position on banning the burqa, and I still stand strong by that, if they really believed in what they were saying, they didn't want to ban the burqa, yet they denied me the right to wear it on the floor of Parliament. There is no dress code on the floor of Parliament, yet I'm not allowed to wear it. So, to me, it's been hypocritical. I'm not going to answer to the Parliament or the members in there, because to tell you the truth, I don't have respect for most of them. I think they say one thing and do another. That was the heart of the democracy, to allow me to move my private member's bill, to debate the issue, then put it to the vote. They have denied me that right, not on this one occasion, but previously as well. And I think that needs to be questioned also. I'm censured. Does it really worry me? No, it doesn't. For 7 days, not at all. I stand my ground on what I believe in. I will continue to do so. And, you know, it will be the people that will judge me. I will be standing for the next election in Queensland, and I will let the people of Queensland judge me whether I have earned my place to be re-elected again or not. I will not let these people here judge me.
Senator Hanson, can you just explain what the point of all of this was? You've worn the burqa in there twice now over a course of 8 years. You've been kicked out for 7 days. Your bill's not even going to be debated at this.
She's straight up lying about the no dress code thing? Really? That's fucking hilarious. Who, if anyone, is this chick's equivalent to in US politics? That's a really good question. Like, I'm tempted to say Marjorie Taylor Greene as what we experienced the other day, but like she seems to have like more integrity when it comes to working class people, at least in her rhetoric. Like she just has platformed kind of on a position of being anti-migration for decades now. And she does speak about like kind of ticket issues, like, you know, like rights and sovereignty and democracy, upholding, you know, the values of the system. But she doesn't particularly like go after like working class issues specifically, like, you know, cost of living. Like she'll speak about those things off the cuff, but it's not really central to her platform. It's much more performative, I would say. But like, yeah, I don't know if there's a direct equivalent. Dude, I live here, Pauline. Don't try to swing that past. Dude, I live here, Pauline. Don't try and swing that past without interjection. What's this? I sent the parliamentary rules. Dress and conduct in the chamber. While the standard dress in the chamber is a matter of individual judgment of each member, the ultimate discretion rests with the speaker. Neatness, cleanliness, and decency. Speaker Andrew noted that members had traditionally chosen to dress in a formal manner similar to that generally accepted in the business and professional circles. That was entirely appropriate, that it was widely accepted throughout the community. The standards should involve good trousers, a jacket, collar, and a tie for men, and similar standard of formality for women. What about the hoodie? Hey, why not? You break it, the speaker can boot you out. Interesting.
Point. So what's the point? What have you achieved by doing all this?
It was never, they were never intending to debate the bill. And the first time I wore it was about, there was no dress code in the chamber. And what I wanted to do was set a precedent there that let's decide on it. They threw it out. They wouldn't even vote on it, did nothing about it. They threw it out. If they had done that 7 years ago, I would never have been able to wear the burqa. When I introduced my bill yesterday, straight away, without even getting through introduction of the bill, they shut it down. One voice, that's all it takes. There was two. Tammy Tyrrell from Tasmania denied me that right, and so did the Greens. So without even allowing me to introduce the bill, they denied me that right. Why? If you think that the Australian people are on their side, debate the bill, let it go to the vote, and then the decision's made. But they denied me that right. And when they denied me that right to ban the burqa, well, if you don't want to ban the burqa, then I'll go and put it on. And that's exactly what I did. And that even upset them more. Though you don't want to ban it, but you don't want me wearing it.
So can I just understand why you're putting this on the agenda? Are you aware of any incident in Australia where somebody has worn a burqa to
it's not
commit a
about
crime?
incidents. It's the same thing as what I've put up about climate change, or I've put up about immigration policies, and I've spoken against multiculturalism. It's having a vision for the future, where the country's headed. These buggers in here have no idea about that whatsoever. So what it's about is having vision and seeing what's going to happen in the future. That's why I've spoken about multiculturalism. And now, I was ridiculed for it at the time. Now, you have even John Howard has come out and said it hasn't worked. Other leaders of other nations said it hasn't worked. We are multiracial, people from all different cultural backgrounds, but we must be Australians, all treated equally under one law. That's why I have brought this about with many things, even climate change. I've been the one who opposed even COVID-19, you know. I've opposed the voice.
She opposed COVID. I don't know if there's many people that supported COVID. I don't think it's just indiscriminately doing what viruses do and affecting people. I opposed COVID. I'm not for viruses, and everybody else wanted viruses. Outrageous. What is she trying to do? To ban a religious garment? Drawing attention to the cause. It's about your culture. She's any reverting to Islam. She isn't. She's any reverting to Islam anytime soon. Yeah, it's about vision, she said. You know what I found interesting is in the Rennictarianism that we've been studying diligently with Dilemmas, was his call about multiculturalism is contradictory. Sorry, she isn't converting to Islam anytime soon. Yeah, I thought his take on multiculturalism, like in pointing out the cultural, like the contradiction of the idea of multiculturalism. He's like, if you have Australia and it has multiculturalism in it, then like it's a contradiction having a nation of one united people if it's a multicultural place, because multiculturalism delineates the fact that there is a conglomeration of people that have all these different cultures that are separate and unique from one another, and so they don't integrate and they don't connect. There's no unity, there's no shared experience. And so he was like, multiculturalism is a contradiction or a paradox from a national sense, because how can you have national unity if you have multiple different cultures or something that all express themselves differently, have different nuances, traditions, and all that sort of stuff. And he was like, oh, it's a paradox. I thought that was an interesting line of argumentation and like using logic and stuff like that. My ginger comment was fire. You missed it. Cultural exceptions are made, but she's not asking for any exception for gingers. Interesting. Snap. If we still believed in chucking virgins into volcanoes, the same argument would be used. It was the same argument when the UK wanted to stop slavery. What was the argument exactly? Like, as she's like, what is she arguing for? Interesting comparison you've made there. All right, look, I've got to leave it here, but like, it's been an interesting day. If you've been watching this and you're new to the stream and you are interested in joining our community, here is an invitation for Discord, so you can go and drop some propaganda. And what else am I doing here? And if you're watching this and you want to keep up to date with everything, you don't get notifications through social media, I would suggest, or I would request of you to go and sign up to Patreon and become a free member there, and you can get like email notifications for everything. And like, whatever platform you're watching on, hit the like button, subscribe, follow, etc., etc., etc. You know the thing. You know the score, man. Every time I ask, you want to take people's rights away, your replies, everyone's brainwashed, we don't understand the baking, etc. But in order for your system to work, everyone has to fall in line. I think you guys will continue this discussion in the days and weeks to come, I'm assuming. This one's been going on for hours now, you two. But yes, thank you everybody for tuning in today. And we'll be back tomorrow for Hump Day, middle of the working week. We're going to try and get you to the other side so you can get away from the clutches of capital. Until tomorrow, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.